Alright, ladies and gentlemen, as ever, my name is Shane, that's Shane's Games, and tonight we're going to be playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations, the third of the Phoenix Wright games and the conclusion to the original trilogy. This won't be our first time playing it, so if you want to see how we got to where we're at tonight, or check out some other games I've played in the past, be them obscure, unusual, or nostalgic, feel free to check out on YouTube. But for tonight, let's go ahead and get into the game. So, quick recap of where we are right now. So what happened before is we were defending a guy against a charge of grand larceny for stealing a rare urn from a department store. Now the good news is we were able to get him acquitted for that, which is awesome. Yay, go us! The bad news is the key evidence we used to get him acquitted places him directly at the scene of a murder and gives him both motive and opportunity. Not so great, not really ideal, not quite what you want to do as a defense attorney there. So he's been acquitted, that's good, but now he's been rearrested for a worse crime than he was originally. And we gotta fix this. Guys, we gotta fix this. So let's get into it. See if we can make this better. Better and not worse. Hey, your job's done. I mean, he was literally shaking my hand as he was done, arrested and dragged off, so I feel bad. This is not helping with my repeat business. That's all I'm saying. That's basically how it ended up happening there, Siamese. Basically, we're like, he couldn't have been the thief because he was over here at the time. And then after the case, they're like, hey, we checked out his alibi and the place where you proved undisputably he had to be. Somebody died over there, and it's a guy that your client didn't like. Oh, shit! Feeny was doing his best. He was trying so hard, Rooks. He was trying so hard. October 13th, 3:02 p.m., Wright & Company Law Offices. You know, I'm glad we found the urn and all, but poor Mr. Delight got arrested again. Well, supposedly Mr. Delight was in the CEO's office when the murder occurred. No way, Jose! I don't buy it! But the one who proved that Mr. Delight was there was Mr. Nick himself, at least from what I can understand. Looks like you did too good of a job this time, Nick. Well, how about we get started looking into the KB security murder? I think I'm gonna head back to Korean Village for a little while, if that's alright. Sure, but why? I'm gonna bring the sacred urn back and have some people take a look at it. Oh, that's a good idea. I think I'll go with. No, Mr. Maya, you should stay here. I want you two to spend some special quality time together, full of love and happiness. Pearls is so caught up in her fantasy, she forgot there's a murder to solve. Sacred urn given to Pearls. Now remember, no fighting, okay? She's gone. Okay, Nick, time to get going on this murder investigation. Alright. Now Phoenix can actually get an acquittal. We did get an acquittal! And then we made it worse by getting an acquittal. You must be relieved we got that sacred urn back, huh? You bet! But there's something a little different about it. Don't question mark at me, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? I mean, take a look at this. It clearly says I am on the urn in the poster. But the urn we got back says Ami, like it always used to. Oh yeah, you're right. I actually noticed that before and I was waiting for it to come up in the trial and then it didn't. Which means now I'm even more nervous than I was before. Plus, the vase has pink splotches on it now. I'm sure they weren't there before. Maya doesn't know, but 1 year ago when the urn was broken, the repairer accidentally turned Mystic Ami's name into I am. And that repairer was one mechanically unskilled Little Pearls. Still, I remember ever seeing pink splotches on it. Is it possible that urn is a fake? I'm sure Pearls will find out about that once she gets back to Korean Village. Yeah, I suppose. Now that I think about it, Maya hasn't been back to Korean Village in a long time. Do you remember this scene? Excellent, excellent. So, I guess people still go to Korean Village to do their training, right? Yep, if you want to become a spirit medium, you need to undergo severe training. So, why haven't you been training lately, Maya? Well, lately I've been thinking of heading to a channeling dojo to do just that. Channeling dojo? Sounds pretty serious, whatever that is. If you're gonna train, you have to be serious. Otherwise, real tragedies can happen. Is that what happened last year? Is what happened last year still bothering you? That murder in her village. It happened because the power of channeling was misused. When a medium uses a Korean technique, she temporarily loses her own will. So when an especially strong spirit is summoned, the spirit medium can get taken over and even forced to commit terrible crimes. What's worse, in those cases, the spirit medium has no memory of what happened. That murder, it wasn't your fault, Maya. You know that, don't you? I suppose not, but I guess I'm still a bit shaken up, that's all. So like being the master of Korean is going to be a heavy responsibility. So, what do we do now? Isn't it obvious? We should get out there and investigate the murder. Well, first we need to find out exactly where KB Security is located. Hey! Why don't we ask Ms. Delight? She should know. Besides, I want to ask you some stuff about motorcycles. Motorcycles? You're not thinking of getting one, are you? I'm not the same little Maya who used to be happy with her dinky little bike, Nicky boy. Speaking of asking around, I got a few questions of my own for Mr. Delight. Okay, well, let's make sure to go to the detention center, too. Alright, you got a couple of leads there. Cold Killer X. There was a murder there. Most definitely. LTG, welcome in. How's everything going with you? Hope you are doing well. Alright, so let's head to the detention center first. I want to see what the hell's going on with our idiotic client. See if he's still exactly as dumb as he was before. October 13th, detention center, visitor's room. I already told you, it's not me. Sad, pitiful whine that tapers into silence. Sounds like they're interrogating Mr. Delight right now. Man, we don't have enough time as it is. Yeah, well, I guess the police are going crazy just like we are. Yesterday they thought he was just a thief, but now they got a murder case on their hands. Yeah, I guess you're right. That guard over there looks a bit on edge, too. Come on, we'll just have to come back later. Okay, let's go check out some other place, Nick. Yeah, alright, fair enough. So let's head to Damask's apartment. Let's stop calling it a hideout. October 13th, Damask's hideout. No, it's not! Oh, Nicky boy, Maya. Miss Delight. All I wanted to do was help my dear Ronnie. Yeah, but I guess it just ended up hurting his case. Don't say that, Nick. She doesn't need your help beating herself up. Hey, Nicky boy, please help Ronnie. He's not a killer, I swear. My Ronnie wouldn't hurt a fly. Alright, I'll poke around and see what I can find out. Really? Are you serious? Oh, I'm so happy. I knew asking for your help was the right thing to do. I don't know what I can do to help anymore. I had no idea Ms. Delight had such a vulnerable side. Yeah, it's her fault, not ours. Totally her fault, not remotely ours. Ooh, also, hang on. Before I forget, shoot. We had some redemptions I needed to get through. Let's see. So Karif Andor invested in a Harvester sequel twice, and John Big Booty also invested in a Harvester sequel once. So here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking we could do for a potential Harvester sequel. We basically steal the courtroom scenes from Phoenix Wright, but here's the twist. You're not playing the defense attorney, you're playing our boy Steve, who is on trial for murder. And since you control Steve, it's not actually a mystery to the player, because we committed the murders. You did that. You committed those murders, and then you got put on trial for the murders. And then you have to defend yourself and get yourself acquitted. So you can go out there and, I don't know, commit some more murders? This is still Harvester. I imagine that'll probably be what you're doing. And you'll have all the court romantics. You'll have Steve jumping off the witness stand, pointing you like, objection! In that weird little spineless voice he has. It'll be great! It'll be great, and no one will ever accuse us of copying anything, I promise you. Zodal, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Listen carefully, Nicky boy. My Ronnie would never, ever kill anyone. It's just not in him. I don't think he would either, Nick. Yeah, but you have to admit he's got a bit of a temper to him. Not that hard to imagine him just snapping and screaming, please die. You would never say that. Anyway, Miss Delight, he might not be a killer, but he's still going around saying that he's a thief. I already told you, that's just a fantasy for him. Miss Delight, I hate to say it, but you're the one living in a fantasy world. What? How dare you say that to me, Nicky boy? I know everything about my Ronnie. We don't have any secrets between us. Ronnie isn't the thieving type. He's so honest that he wouldn't even sneak a nap. He's so honest that he wouldn't even steal a glance. A thief. Ha! The very idea. I guess I just don't get it. Huh? Get what? I just can't understand how they can be so different and yet be such a happy couple. Yeah, they sure are different. Come on now, Nicky boy. It's not that mysterious, is it? It was love at first sight. For me, anyway. What? For you? I need to hear more about this. So was it really love at first sight when you first met Mr. Delight? Well, maybe not at first sight, but Ronnie saved my life. Saved your life? I was at work one day when 2 robbers suddenly rushed in. Well, I'm not the kind to just curl into a little ball in a corner, so I fought back. Robbers? Yes, they took me hostage. I was so frightened. They were both carrying these huge knives, and I broke down in tears. Yeah, I would too if I was in that situation. Oh, I think I get it. Did Mr. Delight come running to save you? Yeah, exactly. I remember he looked so handsome in that guard uniform of his. He went right up to those 2 knife-wielding robbers and screamed in their faces. Please, stop it! He screamed. I could see the robbers' faces turn pale. That high-pitched shriek of his does have a surprisingly strong effect on people. Then, crying and swinging his arms like crazy, he attacked the 2 robbers. All by himself. He came to save me. Total stranger. All by himself. He was so scared that he was crying and shaking, but he still risked his life for me. Wow, that's a great story. Yeah, you may not look it, but in a tough situation, there's no one better. That's why I fell in love with him like I did. That's so romantic. I'd fall in love too, I guess. Nick, I hope you do just the same for me if I ever get taken hostage. With Maya, that possibility always seems to loom in the not-so-distant future. Yeah, I mean, he did apparently save her life from a knife-wielding robber. It's a nice, that's a nice bona fides right there, I suppose. I hate these kind of people more than anything. You mean Ace Detectives? No, I'm fine with Ace Detectives. Oh, so then you must mean thieves? No, they're alright too. I just hate thieves that pretend to be Ace Detectives. There's nothing I hate more than cowardly men. By the way, why did you go to Detective Atmey's office anyway? Well, as the trial went on, I started to get more and more anxious. I went there to try and find out more about the real criminal. The real criminal? Yes, obviously the real mask to mask is not my Ronnie, right? Yeah. And Detective Atmey knew more about mask to mask than anyone else. They mentioned him on the Great People Around Town segment on TV. So then, you went there to ask him some questions. That's right, I'll do whatever it takes to save my man. The secretary said the East detective isn't in right now, but I forced my way past her and into his hideout. I wouldn't exactly call that office his hideout. That bag was sitting right there on top of the table. Oh yeah, we saw that bag there yesterday too. There's nothing lower than someone who'd try and pin a crime on somebody else. Dawn Wanderer, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a great weekend. Miss Delight, do you know about KB Security? Don't be silly, of course I do. That's where my Ronnie works. So she thinks he still works there, huh? And yet, according to what we heard today... Come on, don't tell me you didn't know. Ron Delight was once an employee of KB Security. He was a professional security guard. Ron quit. He doesn't work there anymore. Looks like Ms. Delight doesn't know. KB Security is only about 20 minutes away. By motorcycle, that is. Larry told me it takes 30 minutes by car. Well, I have to admit I tend to fly pretty fast on my bike. Make it to KB Security that fast, are you sure you aren't literally flying? Why don't I give you a ride sometime? Better yet, how about now? No, I'll pass, thanks. Why did you just tell us where it is and we'll go ourselves? What a scaredy cat you are, Nick. This Delight told us the location of KB Security. Okay, let's head over there right away, Nick. Alright, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Their relationship built on a solid foundation of lies and self-delusion. Normally I'd say that's a bad way to build a relationship, but they have just so much that it does seem to be rather sturdy. Alright. So, let's head over to the security office then, see if we can find out there. Yeah, they never really talk about how Phoenix gets around. I'm kind of curious about that. I don't know that Phoenix would own his own car, so maybe just taxi? She lives fast, no time for detail. I suppose whatever works. You can't really argue with results, can you? October 13th, KB Security CEO's office. So I guess this is where it all went down, huh? The walls in here look thick, just like you'd expect in a CEO's office. What does that got to do with anything? Hey, it's you guys! Oh, it's Detective Gumshoe. Today was a real train wreck for you guys, huh? Sure was, pal. That prosecutor made real fools out of us. Yeah, I feel for you. Wow, that's not like you at all. I thought you'd be more like, oh, that was great. You guys got what you deserve, pal. Ho 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 ho. Or something to that effect. Do I really sound like that to you, pal? If Gumshoe fits. Well, anyway. Point is, I can tell when someone puts their heart into their jobs. And I can sympathize when things don't go your way. Sometimes, I feel like wrong is the only way things go for us detectives. Wow, I had no idea Detective Gumshoe was such a nice guy. Now, if this little love fest is over, maybe we can start investigating. This Phoenix Mobile! Oh my god, please, I need to see that. Phoenix just warps there! But we just played Nier, and Nier was saying that warping was bad. Chris, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope everything's good with you. Detective Gumshoe, tell us what you know about the murder. Okay. The thing is, I'm really not supposed to. Hey, come on. What about we put our hearts into our work? Things are really working against us right now, and we need help. Okay, I'll tell you. Just don't start crying on me, okay, pal? Okay, I'll cry on you, pal. The victim's name is Kane Bullard. He was the CEO of KB Security, a pretty big fellow in his own right. His corpse was discovered at 9 this morning. His estimated time of death was 1 in the morning on October 12th. Cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, probably an object in this room. Happened at exactly the same time that Mask to Mask was stealing the urn, huh? Caused cerebral hemorrhaging from blunt trauma to the head. I'm doing good, Chris. Thanks for asking. How much longer is Gumshoe gonna have that silly bandage on his chin? I like to imagine that, like, every time he takes the bandage off, he's just like, oh, I've got some stubble, I need to shave again, and just carves it open. And just like, damn it, needs to put a new bandage on there. It's gotta be like a weekly thing for him for the past 30 years. That's my headcanon anyway. So, why did it take almost an entire day to discover the body? There's a good explanation for that one. Bullard's body was stashed away inside that safe. Safe? Well, it is pretty big. Nobody'd heard from him, and when they opened the safe this morning, out he came. Oh, so the body fell out? That white string must be the shape from when he fell out. I think we still need some more information about Mr. Billiard. Maybe we can start by getting the man's name right. Having a relaxing Sunday EP, that sounds nice. Warden, welcome in. How's everything going with you, Warden? Good to see you as always. Hides a cool scar from all the times he cuts himself shaving. I'd like to see that conversation. Wow, Detective Gumshoe, where do you get that scar on your chin? Got it from battling out with a criminal element, pal. Did you? No. No, I didn't. So, what happened to Mask to Mask? He's in the detention center screaming like a madman. Investigate me again! He keeps yelling. No. I didn't mean him. He's not the real thief anyway, right? Oh, you mean that detective at me? Oh, that was great. That guy got what he deserved. No, that's the detective I know and love. Think about it. Atme was always around when a calling card showed up, but he always mysteriously disappeared when the heist took place. I was hiding at the crime scene. Yeah, right. That's the lamest thing I've ever heard. That's how you just knew he was the thief. That would explain how he was able to retrieve the stolen items he keep bragging about. Yeah, he just did that to make himself look like a great detective, that's all. There's this one thing I can't figure out about his first heist. His first heist? Yeah, the Tear of Emanon case. There was a witness on that one. A witness? Here, I saved the newspaper clipping. Since the thief is already under arrest, you guys can keep it. Hey, this guard here. Haven't I seen him somewhere before? It's pretty small, so it's kind of hard to see, but now that he mentions it. Interesting. Implied Capo, welcome in. Want to know how I got these scars? I'm really bad at shaving. This razor is 4 years old. I mean, we do know that canonically Gumshoe is perpetually poor. So I bet that's what it is. He's got like a Gillette disposable that he's been using for the last 4 years that just catches like a grappling hook on his face and just pulls everything around. That explains why he's got the stubble. He doesn't ever want to touch it. He fears for his own safety every time he needs to shave. Let's see, what's the dinner report? I got delivery from, I got takeout from TGI Fridays. I had some of their whiskey glazed wings and some fried shrimp. It was very nice. Oh man, Guardians of the Galaxy. How are you liking that one, Warden? I've seen some clips of it on TikTok. It looks incredible. I picked mine up yesterday as well. I'm looking forward to playing that one at some point. Brooks, that's so good. Oh, that prosecutor. I really don't like that guy. The way he used our own evidence to do that to Mr. Delight? Yeah, I think he did it that way because he knew it'd hurt more. That's what my gut tells me anyway. So who is that Java-addicted masked maniac anyway? Prosecutor Godot? He's quite the enigma, huh? The thing is, pal, I never even heard of the guy before. He just showed up one day at the prosecutor's office. Came out of nowhere. That's right, he said this was his first case as a prosecutor. And it's true, according to the records anyway. But, no way he's an amateur. He's an Iceman in court. Maverick. He gives me goosebumps. Goosebumps? You? Yeah, I knew something was off about him, so I asked around. Nobody would talk to me. They all just turned the other way. Poor Detective Gumshoe. I had no idea you were so unpopular. No, that's not what I meant. That Godot guy acts like he knows me and has a grudge against me. I get the feeling he's hiding some kind of dark secret. Mysterious. Oh God, Ruffle! Warden, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I gotta try that sometime. Chris, you had stuffed crust pepperoni? Nice, nice. Yeah, we got a new prosecutor, a mysterious masked man who is obsessed with coffee named Godot. Alright, time to actually examine the crime scene. Let's see what we can find around here. Check out this big, thick binder here. Leave heavy lifting to me, Nick. Reading a file isn't exactly back-breaking work, just a little hard on the eyes. Ah! What did you find out, Nick? This file, it's not about any sort of security operations or anything. This huge file is all about mask to mask. It's filled with info on him. What? What kind of info? It's filled with incredibly detailed information about his methods and the crime scenes. Hey, Nick, look at the last page. It's a list. Let's see. Tier of Eminon, $100,000. Looks like a list of all the treasures that Mask to Mask stole. So this $100,000 is the value of the stolen item? I don't know, that number seems kind of low to me. I think I'd better secretly make a copy of this list. Interesting. Take a quick peek at the court record because we got a couple new things. So let's see, we got this newspaper article. Interesting. And here's the file. Alright. There's the 4 items that were stolen previous to this case. Yeah, that sounds impressive. How many cases have you prosecuted? I've never prosecuted a case. Oh, well that doesn't sound impressive anymore. Looks like a Cylon obsessed with coffee. I'm a cyborg obsessed with coffee. Am I Godot? Are you Godot, man? Could be anybody behind that mask. You just don't know. Let's see. It's fun to hear his name pronounced. I'm pretty sure the T is silent. I believe so. I believe so. I'm basically basing it on the stage play Waiting for Godot, because I think that's how you pronounce the name in that. It's usually hard to figure out the names in this game since they never speak them out loud, but that's my assumption in this case. And they had a gag about his name earlier, where somebody was calling him Gobo, and Gobo sounds sort of like Godot. So I like to think that was a hint as how to pronounce his name. Because you would never mix up Godot and Gobo, I don't think. So I think we got it here. Oh, hey, as long as you had fun, Chris, that's awesome. Rin, those are powerful bona fides right there. I respect it. Alright, what else have we got in here? This must be the CEO's desk. It's a lot simpler than I would have thought. Hey, that looks like a super soft chair. Let me try it out, just for a second. Oh, nice! I feel just like a CEO. Hey, you, whip me up a cup of some really expensive import tea and some scones. Move it. Ah, this is the life. The victim sat in that chair just before he was brutally killed, you know. Ah! You deserved that one, Maya. Wow, look at that huge framed photo. Tall mountains rising majestically against a dark and cloudy sky. There's a title written at the bottom of the photo. The greatest sunrise of my life. This is it? This was his best sunrise? Either the guy didn't get out enough or he had really rotten luck with the weather. Maybe if he'd lived a little longer, he would have seen some better days. Well, that's grim. Oh, what else have we got here? Oh, there's a button here. Let's see. Hey, cut it out! Don't press that! That was pretty funny. I never knew Detective Gumshoe could jump like that. What is that button anyway? It's an emergency buzzer. It says right there on the panel. Oops, you're right. It's written right there. Nick, how many times have I told you to read the instructions first? This alarm is connected to the basement guard room. It's used to summon security up here. Really? And it's possible on the night of the crime. Oh, so when the CEO was attacked? Do you think that maybe he pressed the buzzer? Yeah, I thought about that, so I asked around down there. They said the buzzer never went off that night. Also, we couldn't find any fingerprints on the buzzer. Mr. Bullard, the victim, wasn't wearing any gloves, by the way, just so you know. Huh. I think I'd better go and talk to that guard about this emergency buzzer. So it seems like nobody pushed the emergency buzzer even when he was attacked. That's interesting. May just be a coincidence. That's a cool coincidence if it is. I like it. Red, I'm the same way. I love seasonal foods. Very interesting. Keyboard Turner Overdrive, welcome in. How are you doing today? How was your stream? What were you playing? Tell me everything. And for anybody that doesn't know me, my name is Shane. That's Shane's Games. I play the obscure, the unusual, and the nostalgic. And today we are playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations, the third of the Ace Attorney games. Real Ace Attorneys don't read instructions? Well, he's about as real as they come then. Alright, so that's pretty interesting. Played some Chicken Police, and there was some spicy moments in that game. Oh, that game seems so good. I believe we were talking about that one before, too. I love the way they do interrogations in that game. I've only played it a little bit myself to test it out for stream, but I was intrigued. I was very intrigued. It's weird, too, because I couldn't figure out, because when I bought the game, I'm like, is this a comedy, or is it just like a weird noir? And then I played the game a little bit, and I still have no idea. These look like some kind of bookshelves or rolling cabinet hybrids. I can't get between these two shelves. Don't strain yourself trying. It looks like the shelves are controlled by a special panel. So I guess it's one shelf at a time, huh? Looks like they're filled with bunches of files. Yeah, files filled with data about the security jobs they were hired to handle. It'd be a good night's reading, if you got some insomnia. I was hoping for something a little more exciting, like UFOs or something. Alright, I don't know if that'll come up again, but that is interesting. Alright, well, let's go ahead and get to the juicy stuff then. Surrealist drama, possibly. This rope. You think it fell out of the safe when it was opened? I don't think so. So you mean? Yeah, I think the string shows where and how the corpse was lying. You mean the victim? He was killed by being crushed by the safe door? She can't be serious, can she? She is. Always. Alright, Wobbin, I did not know that before. That is good to know. And how are you doing today, Wobbin? Hope you are having an excellent weekend. Glad to have you with us. And see, it's a little both, but they do get the whole relationships between different animals, even referring to predator and prey relationships. Yeah, for what I assumed was going to be a goofy little, like, jokey noir, it has a surprisingly deep lore behind it, right? The whole thing with the city burning down and the animal gods rebuilding it. Really weird. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I assume you enjoyed it anyway. It seems like a fascinating little game. The victim must have attempted to pick up the safe and it didn't go well. Oh my god. I mean, they established he was inside the safe. That would be... I think that would be the objectively worst way to pick up a safe. That not only do you get crushed to death by it, but somehow you end up inside of it as well? That's actually kind of impressive in a abjectly terrifying way. Just to be clear, chat, if you ever need to pick up a container, make sure it's good and closed first, for the love of God. I actually know somebody that was moving a filing cabinet and actually lifted it up. And at one point he needed to get it up some stairs, so he kind of tilted it and just got punched in the face by one of the drawers because he hadn't secured it. Tilakamis, welcome in. Playing Fallout 3 Steal Only Run, and I need a judge to tell me what I'm allowed to do. Am I allowed to sell the stuff I steal and use the money however I want? Ooh. That's a good question. I think here's the problem, Tilakamis. If you steal stuff and then use the money to buy more stuff, that's just a regular run of Fallout 3. That's just kind of how everyone plays Fallout 3, so at that point, I don't think it's a challenge run anymore, is the tricky part. So if it were me anyway, I'd say you can use the money for like bribes and stuff and conversation, but just like doing regular shopping, it kind of stops being a challenge run then. The safe killed the guy by biting him. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Roadbug, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you were doing well. We determined that the victim was trying to shake a chocolate bar out of the vending machine, and then gravity wreaked its terrible vengeance. Gamagumo, I need to get that tattooed across my back now. Ew, think about it. A dead guy was laying in here all night. Yeah. Oh, by the way, don't bother asking about fingerprints. There were none. Well, somebody opened the safe on the night of the crime, right? Yeah, and so? Well, if Mr. Bullard's body was hidden in here, it must mean that it was opened either by the killer or the victim, right? Yeah, I guess so. I got some bad news for you, pal. Are you ready? Okay, shoot. Opening this baby is no piece of cake. There are only a few people who know how to open the safe, pal. Yeah, and? Everyone that knows how to open the safe had airtight alibis. I checked. Everyone except one, that is. I'm almost afraid to ask. Former Security Chief Ron DeLight. What? Ron DeLight? He was a security chief? Ron? So he knew how to open the safe, huh? Yeah, sorry for raining on your parade there, pal. So it's kind of a locked room mystery, except our suspect is the only one that had the key. That's not good. That's real bad. Oh, sorry to hear that, Roadbug. Hopefully things will start turning around for you soon. New month coming. One of the safe door hinges are actually on the bottom edge, so it flipped open, crushing the poor victim. See, we know the reason the body wasn't discovered initially is because he was inside the safe. And the safe was only open at 9 a.m., I think? Or was on a time lock or something? But either way, he was inside of the safe for a while. We do know that much. So if it does open downward, I have no idea how he would have gotten inside there. Once again, probably the wrongest way to lift a safe right there. The safe was very unsafe. Arthur Cross, how are you doing? Alright, so I think we've seen everything there is to see in here then. I'm gonna take one more look around, just to make sure. Yeah, I think we saw everything in here. Cool. Let's see if we got anything else to talk to him about. Nope. Do we have anything we need to ask him about, is the question. Well, we can ask him about this binder. So about this. Huh? What's that? Hey, wait a minute, Maya. What's wrong? We copied the data without permission. Don't show it to him. Might get mad at us. So, what are you two whispering about? Oh, it's nothing. Just my billfold. It's a pretty thick billfold you got there, pal. I really want you to show it to me. Oops, my bad. Let's see. I'll ask him if he knows anything about the key card here. This is proof that Ron DeLight was here at the crime scene where the murder happened. His wallet and this key card, huh? I think we need to ask Mr. DeLight some more about those two things. Alright, last thing is I want to ask if he has any information about the blackmail letter. A About this blackmail letter. Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about it too, pal. Why would Kane Bullard have been blackmailing Ron Delight anyway? Well, Mr. Delight used to work at KB Security, right? But what was it that made him quit? Nick, that's it! Maybe it's the same reason he's being blackmailed. Well, I'm in the middle of investigating that right now. Oh, alright. Alright, so not any more information, unfortunately. I've got a theory, but I won't say anything out loud yet. We'll see how it goes. Judge, we have established that this case is way too stacked against my client. Referring to all previous cases, I submit that he must therefore be innocent. You have seen how this goes, Judge. The more guilty he looks, the less guilty he obviously is. I gotta blow my nose real quick. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere, folks. You know what just occurred to me, and I could be wrong, but I mostly remember Phoenix calling the judge, and I don't think he actually refers to him as Your Honor very often, which is kind of interesting. Rufflecoop, if only Phoenix had that much money, that would be pretty nice. Alright, so let's head down to the basement security room and see what information we can get down there. Holy shit! Well, this is some sci-fi shit. My god. October 13th, KB Security Guard Office. Wow. This is really something else. For a security guard office, it sure doesn't feel very secure. KB Security Guard. Uh-oh, I just remembered Larry might be. Hey, Nick, what's up? So he is here. Yo, I was hanging, dude, and you got my sweet little Maya with you, too. Hi, Larry. Here I was working my fingers to the bone, and in walks an angel. I had no problems with a daytime date, it's all good. No, that's not what we're here for. We're investigating the Bullard murder case. Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? He's so hopelessly clueless. Well, if it's about the murder case, boy, have I got some good info for you. Really? What is it? Well, I don't mind sharing with my sweet little Maya. But Nick here's a different story. But Larry, I thought you two were old school buddies. That was then, and this is now. This guy will be the absolute death of me. Allergy Assassin A, I would absolutely get some of that. That sounds amazing. Signed affidavits on screen, sticky notes, oh my god. DB Stewart, welcome in. How's your weekend going? Hope everything's going good with you. Something smells, and it was, in fact, the butts. Alright, let's talk to him first. So what's this good info you were talking about, Larry? Hey, I'm a guard, a pro. I can't just give away information for free. Want a bribe? I thought professionals were more, I don't know, honest? Can you talk to him, Maya? Larry, tell us already. What's the good info? Hey, I like that. This kitten has some claws. Okay, you really want to know? Yes, so tell me. Okay, so the thing is, Ron Delight was an employee here. And naturally, since I'm a pro, I looked into his background. Follow me? Yes, you're a pro, I follow you, go on! Well, 1 year ago, Ron Delight was fired. And there was no warning at all. It just happened all of a sudden. I know this is a small company, but I think that was pretty awful. guess he must have done something bad to have gotten fired like that. Like, maybe skipping out of work to go pick up some hot chicks or something. No, that's just you. I'm doing good, DB Stewart. This was a nice, relaxing weekend. Still, wish I could have played some more Splatoon 3, but that'll have to wait until the full release. Oh god, Roxanne, please no Wendy Oldbag. Please no. So, what is it like to be a part-time security guard? Let me tell you, it's tough. Well, you know me. I get by alright, I guess. First, I have to keep my eyes on those monitors all the time. Monitors? There are security cameras set in each room around the building. It's really hard. Sometimes I feel like my eyes are gonna fall out. Oh. And if I see something suspicious, I have to contact one of the teams. What teams? The security teams for this company. They're supposed to be the best in the business. But I'm no amateur either, so if it's something small, I don't bother calling them. So, in other words, you basically watch TV screens all day long. You were in the office where the murder took place, weren't you? Why do you say that? This is just a part-time job for me, and I can't operate the equipment, and I'm dumb. Even if it is part-time and you are dumb, you're still in charge of security here. Hey, give me a break! Don't try and pin the whole thing on me! That's not fair, Nick! Huh? I don't think you can expect someone like him to take any responsibility. Anyway, the point is you were here that night, right? Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh no, I knew something smelled bad, and it was the butts after all. Well, it's like I always say, that was then, this is now, okay? Looks like I'm gonna have to break his Cyclops after all. As always, Larry Butts makes our life harder for no good reason whatsoever. Well, for right now, let's examine the room, see what we can find out in here. Hey Larry, that's your jacket, isn't it? That's right. Did you know you hung it right on top of some lever? Yeah, sure. I was told to never ever touch that lever. She scowled and huffed at me. Something terrible will happen if you do. Got it, Greenhorn? So, why hang your jacket on such an important lever? Because it got me curious. If the jacket's weight pulls the lever down, that's what they call an accident. Doesn't the suspense just kill you? Don't you want to know what'll happen? Huh? Yeah, it's true. It's killing me too. What about you, Nick? Yeah, but for a different reason. They're all the worst. Every one of them is the worst. Part-time security, full-time ass. God, this guy. This guy. That's my partner's seat. Your partner? Well, that's what I call her. She's my superior, actually. Kind of a weird old lady. Chad, I'm getting nervous. Chad, I'm getting nervous. There's tea spilled all over that machine, you know. Ah, don't worry about it. Just the other day, I spilled some chocolate milk on mine. It still works fine, more or less. They really know how to build them, I guess. I'm feeling the fear here, Red. I don't like this. I don't like this. Something's written on this poster in fine print. A guard's 5 commandments. Wow, this sounds serious. Let's see what it says. Number 1, obey thy superior. Number 2, respect thy superior. Number 3, smile at thy superior. Number 4, salute thy superior. Number 5, buy donuts for thy superior upon command. It's signed Wendy Oldbag, head so... So there I was, chat. Just playing another Phoenix Wright game, having a great time, solving some mysteries, interrogating some suspects. It was grand. I was happy, you were happy, everybody was happy. And then Wendy Oldback. And then suddenly she's back in my life. Oh, God. We haven't actually seen her yet, but she's lurking around the periphery somewhere. For anybody that doesn't recognize the name, she has been in both of the past Phoenix Wright games, and in both of them, she was a gigantic roadblock for no good reason other than the fact she's angry all the time. So, this is terrifying. Hear us die the sound of Shane's soul fleeing his mortal corpus. Yep, that was it. That whoosh was it. Oh, God damn it. She's one tough old bird, let me tell you. Cross her and you come face to face with a real genuine ray gun. Yeah, sounds scary, alright. Well, fortunately she's on vacation. Oh. Hopefully she's having a nice long vacation somewhere far, far away. Oh yeah, Rin, this is now a horror game for me personally. Like when you're watching a slasher movie and somebody's walking down a dark hallway and you're waiting for something to jump out. That's me right now. And the slasher is Wendy Oldback. Oh, dear God. Anyone but her. Please. Wow, take a look at these things here. Hey, Larry, what are they? Huh. Did you say, Hey man, it's not like I have to know what they are to do my job. I always thought they were just some kind of decoration or something. Oh boy. How did this guy ever get a job here anyway? How does he not forget to breathe? Those screens there show what's going on all over the building, everywhere. And it's my job to keep a steady eye on them, all of them. Wouldn't sound so smug if I were you. Can you watch regular TV on these too? Anyone would sit here and watch TV instead of working at Larry. Hey Maya, I'm a pro, okay? Besides, you can't get regular TV on it. And how do you know that, Larry? Because that was my first bit of investigation, if you know what I mean. I know what you're thinking. It was a professional investigation, alright? Hey, Eric Director, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Oh, God, giving you more. As soon as I said anybody, I'm like, well, not anybody. Not that stupid clown guy, please. Yeah, Flare Cat, this guy, he must be beloved of the gods to have not just, I don't know, wandered into traffic at this point. Hope you're doing well, Flare Cat. Thanks for joining us today. Oh, God, please no, Wendy. That's all I need. That's my workstation. Pretty cool, huh? I keep a steady eye on the monitors and use that mic for communicating. Look at all this equipment. It must be hard to operate. No biggie. I think there's an instruction manual somewhere in this room. Somewhere? Instruction manual? What are you gonna do in an emergency? Well, I guess I'd start by calmly looking for the instruction manual. During that time, my partner, the old lady, would calmly look for her reading glasses. That's what us security professionals call teamwork. Even Maya and Pearls could run this place better. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Oh my God! I just got an achievement. I just got an Steam achievement. The image of the achievement is Wendy Oldbag in her alien costume. And the name of the achievement is Smells Like Oldbag. Even Steam is taunting me now. Oh God, Warden, I can hear that in her voice. Oh God, it's in my head now. Achievement? Achievement! Alright, is there anything else to see in here? I think we might have seen everything. Alright, so there is a psych lock on Larry, but at least in the last game, you couldn't immediately break a psych lock, so I think we're going to come back and see if we can break that a little bit later once we gather some more evidence. Alright, is there anything we need to ask him about here? Oh, we need to ask him about the buzzer. Hey Larry, there's something I want you to look at. Hey Nick, I told you, I'm a pro, and you don't interrupt the pro when he's working. I don't have time to sit and chat with you, alright? Oh, is that right? Oh, naturally, I've got time for you though, Maya. I'm gonna have to squeeze this guy if I want to get more information out of him, huh? Alright, so we're not gonna get any more information until we break the psych lock, so that's good to know. Ooh, that is brutal, Eric. I'm sorry to hear that. Alright, so let's get out of here first. And let's head back to the detention center. Nope, no dice there yet. Go ahead and do that here. I wonder what happens if we go back to the At Me Detective Agency. October 13th, At Me Detective Agency. Whoa, this place is literally crawling with cops. What'd you expect? Now that they know he was actually mask to mask. This must be incredibly embarrassing for them, don't you think? Yeah, I guess they're trying to make up for it by tearing the place apart. Hey, I just noticed. Gumshoe is nowhere to be seen. Well, he is a homicide detective. He's probably working on the murder case. Wasn't he in charge of the mask-to-mask investigation all the way up till yesterday? Well, the murder case is a lot more exciting, isn't it? You'd say something like, there's nothing like a good murder case, pal. It's for the quality of the impression, but I'm not sure Gumshoe has bloodlust, Maya. Alright, so it doesn't look like there's anything to actually investigate in here now. The magnifying glass doesn't show any points of interaction, so that's interesting. Alright, so there's nothing to do here now. Let's head back to the museum. Or does he? Dun dun dun. This is the third game. This is when the twists start coming in. Treasure Korean exhibit is all ruined now. Maya. I'm sorry, it's just so sad. This was our big chance for everyone to learn about spirit channeling. Maybe I can cheer her up somehow. Well, now that we got the sacred urn back, maybe they can reopen it? Really? Sure, maybe we can label it the Urn of Mask-to-Mask Desires. That'd probably attract a lot of attention. Whoa! Whoa, whoa! That's brilliant, Nick! We can clean up and be filthy rich! Woohoo! Wow, that was surprisingly easy. I don't think there's anything to see in here. Can we get down to the basement again? October 13th, Lordly Taylor Basement Warehouse. Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. Ms. Andrews, what's she still hanging around down here for? So, how's it going? What about the sacred urn? The urn? Oh, it's already been taken care of. What do you mean, oh, that? Taken care of? Do you mean it's been found? Yes. It was brought in during the trial today. Wow, really? You really are the greatest, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright had nothing to do with it. It was Mask-to-Mask's wife that found it. Well, anyway, I'm so relieved. The Shane that is the game's Shinin and welcome in. How are you doing today? Skulls for the skull throne, pal! I just heard all about it on the news. So that detective was actually the thief all along. Yeah, it looks that way right now. It's my fault. I'm the one who ended up hiring Damask to guard the treasures. Don't blame yourself. You were just doing your job. Hey, Nick, if she wants to apologize, you should let her. So, when was it that you hired Detective At Me again? About 20 days ago. And when was it that Mask-to-Mask calling card arrived? That was about 10 days ago. So sent a calling card to the very place he was hired to guard. I guess that's it then. Detective Amy must have really wanted the Sacred Urn after all. I guess so. What? So Mask to Mask murdered someone as well? Oh, well, that's how things look right now. Yes, but I thought that he was here stealing the urn at the time. Well, we're talking about a criminal mastermind, so anything is possible? Nick, let's get down to business already. On the night of the theft, did you notice anything suspicious about Detective Atme? No, I couldn't have. After all, he was hidden the entire time. I never even caught a glimpse of him. He claims that's the way he always operates. That's just what he says so he can have an alibi when he commits the theft himself. Yeah, he was caught in the crime scene photo dressed up as Mask to Mask pretty well. Let's see, Dame Karen, welcome in. Have I missed much? Ooh, trying to do job applications. Good luck with those. I know that is a frustrating process. So far we went to the scene of the crime. And I think the one big piece of evidence so far is the murder victim was found in a safe that very few people know how to open. And as a matter of fact, the only person who knows how to open the safe and doesn't have an alibi is our defendant, which is a bit of a problem. Does Gumshoe actually have gum on his shoe? I bet he does. He seems like that kind of guy. I don't know why Phoenix is saying that he committed a murder when, you know, the fact he committed the theft is an airtight alibi. I think Phoenix is about to have a very bad time in court if that's the thing he believes. Yeah, we also found out that Wendy Oldbag is lurking around, and I hate her so much. So I'm very nervous that she's going to jump me one of these days. I'm so glad you got your sacred urn back. Yeah, but there's still something that bothers me about it. What is it? I'm not exactly sure. Somehow the urn that came back seems different. Really? You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Ms. Andrews? No, I don't know anything. Would I? Oh ho! Cyclox? What do you think this means, Nick? It means the person who holds the secret to the mystery of the Sacred Urn is our very own Ms. Andrews. Alright, so she's hiding something from us too. That's interesting. I don't think we're going to be able to present anything to her until we break that Cyclox either. There's nothing different in here right now. I'll take a quick peek and see if they say anything different. No, that's the same thing they were saying yesterday. Alright, so probably nothing else we need to see in here for the moment. I'm Soapy, welcome in. Yeah, this game has some great music. I love it. I prefer the courtroom music because it's got that high intensity vibe, but all the music in here is pretty chill. You know, Gamma Goomba, I was thinking that before too. I'm like, wait, could he actually fit his giant schnoz in that mask? I wouldn't be surprised if that's something that comes up later as well. Alright, so let's head back to Wright and Company. Check the detention center again. Nope, still can't talk to him, dang it. Do you have anything new to present her? No, we do not. Alright, so I guess we gotta try and break some Cyclox then. So let's start with Larry first, because Larry's an idiot. Let's see if we can break him down. And we'll save first, because this is one of the few times that things can actually get dangerous during investigative segments. The power of CG engines at work, that's true. Thank you, Rin. I got it. We got the save. Alright. So present Magatama. On the night of the crime, were you working hard like you were supposed to? What? Huh? Of course I was. Why wouldn't I have been? But didn't you sneak out of work just yesterday to go see Ms. Delight? But that was that, and this is this. Is there any chance that you snuck out of work last night, too? Never! I didn't sneak out. I tell you what, I'll even bet you $1. $1? Wow, now that's confidence. What's with that drenched in the rain puppy look on your face? Do you have evidence that I left my position, or are you just pulling my chain? I don't think I do have evidence that he wasn't manning the station. Actually, wait. I mean, if he found in the wallet, he wasn't physically at his station, right? This wallet. You know about this, right? I've never seen it before. Liar! You hand-delivered this wallet to Ms. Delight just yesterday. Give me a break. You can't expect me to remember every little thing that happens. Well, I do expect you to remember something that happened just yesterday. What time was it when you found this wallet? I guess it was around 1 in the morning on the first floor of our company building. 1 o'clock in the morning? That's right. In other words, Larry, at the time of the murder, you were away from the security guard office. Ah! Yeah, but something you didn't think about. What's that? My shift that day didn't start until 10 p.m. The murderer might have snuck in before then. What do you mean by that? If the murderer had snuck in before 10 p.m., then it wasn't my fault. It was the fault of the guy whose shift it was before mine. Why do I have the feeling that he still doesn't get the seriousness of this? Listen up, Larry. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that the killer snuck into the CEO's office after 10 p.m. during your shift. Larry, when you use this key card, does it leave a record? Yeah, it does. But I can't show the record to just anyone, you know. The key card data was already made public in the trial yesterday. What? I didn't know that. Any kind of request for info like that's supposed to go through me.
Gained the lead.
Boy, does that sound a bit arrogant coming from a part-time guard. Ooh, thank you, whoever donated 100 bits through Coil. Much appreciated. Let me take a moment to get caught up on chat. Gibba, you need to make more Kinnikuman references, or Ultimate Muscle, depending on where you're coming from. Let's see. Warded, part of the reason I bought this back when the trilogy was released was for the music released separately. Oh man, I forgot about that. Such good soundtracks. I'm still not 100% sure anything has ever beaten the original Desperation music from Game 1, though. Oh, what a good track. You Christensen, I'm trying. How are you doing today, you Christensen? Hope you are doing well. Anyway, according to the data, the door to the CEO's office was opened with this card. Furthermore, it was most definitely used at 1 a.m., the time of the murder. No way! Yes, someone used this to get into the CEO's office. That happened at 1 a.m. on the night of the crime, right in the middle of your shift. Oh! Larry, you can't duck your responsibility this time. No! Whew, that wasn't so hard. Blackrock, you're heading to bed? Alright, take care of yourself, Blackrock. We will see you around. His diamonds! The eyes! The eyes! That's true, Gaming Umo, that is true. Oh, I knew it! It's all my fault! It's my fault that the boss was killed! My fault! Larry, there's nothing I can do! I had important issues to deal with too, man! What happened that night anyway? My Donna happened! Huh? Your Donna? Roadbug, thank you for the 5 bits. I appreciate those. Oh, I got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, my Donna called and said, I have to talk to you right away. So I went to see her and... He was standing right there next to her. Who was? Her new boyfriend! It was like some horrible joke! Before I knew what was going on, the guy socked me right in the kisser. Normally I'm the one that does the punching. Isn't that right, Maya? Yeah. So is that why you left the security guard office? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. How can I ever make up for it, Nick? What can I do? What? He's curled up on the floor, crying like a baby. Seamus! Thank you for the 100 bits, Seamus. It was Shane in the library with the succulent flanks. That is what I'm known for around town. Come to our public library, get a show. How are we doing today, Seamus? How's your weekend going? Hope everything is going well with you. Yes, more animal, same here. Like other video games, we'll get to a moment of intensity and I'll hear it in my head. Yes, Shannon, this is the same Larry from Game 1, Case 1. Still as dumb and impossible as ever. Oh man, Transistor. Yeah, all of the Supergiant games have incredible soundtracks. I think Transistor is probably their least known game. But Pyre had some incredible songs in there. That last song in that game makes me tear up every time. Nick, is there anything I can do? Anything, just name it. I'll do whatever I have to make up for it, I swear I will. Larry. Hey, Nick, as long as he's offering, why don't you show him the evidence we've got? Yeah, she's right. Maybe we'll get at least one bit of useful information from him. Nick! Oh, jeez, Seamus, I am really sorry to hear that. You get better soon. That is an order. That is not optional. Get better soon. And hopefully you'll be able to get some sleep tonight. Yes, Darren Korb, absolute legend. I don't know how the man cranks out the hits like he does, but he does. Alright, let's go through some evidence we need to check here. Oh god, no! Emperor, thank you, I say with air quotes. Thank you for the gift sub to Wendy Oldbag. Gift sub number 1182 in the channel. Oh, Emperor, welcome in. How are you doing? Hope your weekend's going great. I hope you didn't summon her in here. Because, you know, you get a notification whenever you get a gift sub. If you summon Wendy in here, I will yank the Ethernet cord out of the back of my PC and flee the apartment. Possibly never to return. She's everywhere, Arthur. I can't get away from her. Shenanigan, thank you for the gift sub to Objection. Gift sub number 7 in the channel, and another beautiful meme right there. I love it. She probably doesn't know how to use a computer, that's true. Oh my god, Rux! I can hear that in her voice too, it's painful. Larry's name in the Japanese version is Masashi, translates to with certainty. Yahari, of course, or I know it. The Japanese version of his phrase translates roughly to when something happens, of course it's Yahari. Well, that's kind of cool. They really did a good job of this translation overall, I think. The buzzer in the CEO's office is directly connected to this room, right? That's right. Just like my heart is connected to yours, Maya. Huh? Go ahead, Maya. Press the buzzer in your heart. I promise I'll come bring to your rescue like the professional guard I am. Emperor, thank you for the 100 bits with a message. Oh, bribejection. That's a hard one, but I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the generosity, Emperor. Hope you were having a fantastic weekend so far. Wow, that was pretty good. Thanks, I tried. Do you think you could tell us about this buzzer now? Yes, please. Please tell us. Okay, I guess so. Prepare to be wowed. Alright, emergency buzzer. I accidentally pressed the buzzer earlier. Yeah, I heard it. So that was you, huh? You're a security guard, aren't you? Why didn't you come to the CEO's office? Well, this is the third floor of the basement. The CEO's office is on the first floor. I thought it would be a good idea to, adopt a wait-and-see approach. Plus, there's a police detective here, right? I just didn't think it was necessary. As if he's trying to win an award for the laziest person on the planet. Let's get back to talking about the night of the murder, okay? Is it true that the buzzer didn't go off that night? It must be a record, right? You must have had a look at it, right? Of course I did, and I couldn't possibly have made a mistake either. Do you think you could take just one more look for me, pretty please? Oh, okay. I just can't say no to you, Maya. What do you think, Nick? He's probably right. I don't think even Larry could make a mistake like that. Ah! What is it? What's wrong? I made a mistake! Huh? But how? It can't be. It's impossible. Okay, enough already. What about the records? At night? It went off just once. In the morning. At around 1 a.m. 1 a.m.? That's when the murder happened. Really? Are you serious? That's terrible. It can't be. So, yes. When the murder happened, someone pressed the emergency buzzer, but Larry was out getting punched in the face by his ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend. What a surprise! Oh my god, he's so bad at everything. Do we have anything else we need to ask him about? You guys have really made me reflect on the way I've been living. But the only problem is, with all this reflecting, where's the time for love? Frankly, I think reflecting is a bit overrated, you know? What are you going on about, Larry? Plus, do you honestly have any new info on the buzzer record? Huh? Record? No, nothing at all. This guy reflects about as much as a piece of black carpeting. Judge, as an addendum to your final verdict, I would like to request an immediate execution order for one Larry Butts. Granted! Oh my god. Yeah, Larry, I set the bar so low, and yet still he can't quite get over it. I don't know necessarily that he'll have any more information. Ask him about a couple more things, though. Nothing there. I'll ask him about the key card again. So was this the card that was used by the culprit that night? Well, going off the serial number, then yeah. This card was used to open the CEO's office door at 1 in the morning. Your client had this card, right? And it's a no-brainer. He's the killer, man. Ah, that's the wallet I found. Found it when he snuck out of work to get socked in the kisser, right? I didn't sneak out of work to get socked in the kisser. Oh, I had been more responsible at work. I might have spotted the murder on the monitor like I was supposed to. Larry, you really do feel bad, don't you? Yeah, well, maybe it's all for the best. I think it's brought Desi and I closer together. Just like they say, every cloud has a silver lining. You gotta see that old water glass is half full, am I right? Now he's starting to sound like the Larry I know. Don't forget, Nick, half full. Put that bar on the ground so I can save money on top ticking machines. Oh my god. So what about this? Huh? Maya shouldn't have a love letter for me. No, sorry. It's a blackmail letter. What? How do you know about that, Maya? Huh? How much is Alexis demanding this time? Who is this Alexis? Didn't we show him this letter yesterday too? Pretty sure we did. He's so dumb. Alright, I don't think we have anything else to ask him about. Nothing else to talk to him about either. So, let's get the hell out of here. Anything new to present to him? See if I can present this. Nope, nothing to see there. How does Larry even live on his own? I don't know. I have no idea. The badge! Gotta save that for a dramatic moment, Emperor. Let's head to the hideout real quick. Check back into the detention center. Nothing. Alright, in that case, I think the only thing we have left to do is head to the basement warehouse. See if we can break her psych lock, I suppose? Possibly? Chinedin, congrats on the duel win. Present Magatama. Miss Andrews, do you know anything about the Sacred Urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn that was submitted before the court today. It's obviously not the same urn as before. Well, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. Could be a fake. Fake? You're the one who said it wasn't the same. That's the most obvious explanation. Do you have any evidence the urn that was submitted at the trial was genuine? Do I have any evidence it was genuine? I could show her the treasures picture. Well, Miss Andrews? See, look, it was a fake after all. Huh? I mean, your evidence is fake too, as expected. Oh, shoot. That didn't work. Do I have any evidence it was legit? I don't think I do. No, I don't think I have any evidence for that. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather some more clues before I try again. Alright, well, let's look around the room then. So far, everything was just a repeat of what we've seen before. But I'll double check. Yeah, that's still the same as it was before. Guess he's not as smart as he pretends to be. Hammer belonged to Lord Taylor, so we knew he couldn't camp with him. So then why would mask to mask, allow that to happen? Yeah, there are still some things that don't add up about the theft, that's for sure. You already checked that. Bro, no. Let's see. We got this thing still. Detective Atme said he got hit on the back of the head by this with a thief. But that was obviously a lie. Because it turned out that Atme was the real thief. Still hard to believe. Looks like Adrian feels really bad about it. I want to take full responsibility and fix that sword myself. I know I don't look it, but I have complete confidence that I can fix it right up. I promise I'll fix it so you never knew it was bent in the first place. Please be gentle with it. What? How did it get bent if he was the thief? Good question, actually. There's the hamburger joke. And spaghetti for some reason. What else? We got the ladder here. Look, a ladder! That's a step ladder. So, what's the difference? You need to stop judging things based on narrow-minded cultural assumptions, Nick. Alright, so that's everything over here. Let's slide over. The statue wasn't here where it was now when we first came here, right? Yeah, it was right next to the door, wasn't it? Well, if someone moved it, it was probably mask to mask. Oh, we heard that before. Oh, we heard this before. Oh, yeah, I heard all that before too, so nothing much new in here. Let me take a look at everything though. Alright, can we present anything to her? Or do we have to break her Cyclops first? Let's see. I can ask her about the exhibit, it sounds like, if I have anything to add there. Alright, no, that's the same thing we saw when we looked at the one on the floor, it sounds like. Let's see. The Treasures of Korean exhibit is my first job after last year's ordeal. And I really wanted it to be a success. I have an idea. Why don't you redo the whole poster? You could put something like, voted best treasure exhibit by mask to mask. Why, Maya, that's a fantastic idea. Warden, thank you so much for clipping that. That's amazing. I hired Detective Atme for security before we even received the calling card. I suppose that was a mistake. Atme, I mean mask to mask, sent the calling card to the very exhibit he was hired to guard. Wonder if it was because he knew it'd be easy to steal. Yes, but he should have also known that he could easily become a suspect. I thought the whole exhibit would be brightened up by something shiny and gold. That's why I went to the trouble of borrowing it from a branch family trading hall. The gold statue is totally cool in my book. It arrived rather late, so I thought I wouldn't be able to put it on display. By the way, it looks like the statue was moved on the night of the theft. You know anything about that? Huh? No, it certainly wasn't me that moved it. Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? Alright, so that might be part of her Cyclops there. That's interesting. Alright, I don't know anything else to present to her, so let's move around first, see if we can find anything else. Let's see. Nothing else to do here. The mask's hideout. Anything else to present here? Yeah, let's try and present the wallet. That's Ronnie's wallet. It was found at KB Security on the night of the murder. Ronnie and I went out to dinner early that evening. I'm sure he had his wallet with him then. So it's true that he must have dropped it at the crime scene. Let's see, let's ask about the keycard. Ah, I know what that is. That's one of those key cards from Ronnie's company. I would think of it. It's been a long time since I've seen one. Probably because Ron doesn't work there anymore. Let's see what else we got here. Does she know anything about the blackmail letter? Probably not. Do you know about this? Oh, is that a letter addressed by Ronnie? Sorry, but I hate it when people poke their noses into other people's business. Looks like Ms. Delight doesn't know about it. Which means she has no idea that her husband is being blackmailed. Well, that's a mess. Alright, don't think there's anything else to ask her about then. Alright, let's keep moving then. Convention Center? Yet? No, still nobody there. Where else can we go then? Let's see. Head back to the CEO's office, I suppose. Do we have anything else to present him? No, we can't present him that. We can ask him more about the newspaper clipping. This was his first heist, and I guess I underestimated him. I was sure I was going to get him, so I was careless and lost the info on the witness. By witness, do you mean the guard in the photo? Yeah, he and the detective worked together to try and catch Mask to Mask. But he got away anyway, huh? That guard. I got the weird feeling that I've seen him around lately. I forgot I can present profiles. I kind of feel sorry for him. He's kind of a sad young guy. Yeah, he seems to have a habit of always getting arrested prematurely. Well, just my personal opinion, but I think the police should have investigated the whole thing more carefully. Weren't you the one that arrested him with a giant goopy smile on your face? Come on, we don't have time to start with that. Let's just leave it alone. Yeah, I can't ask him about him. Detective Gumshoe, tell us more about Mr. Shane Bluebard. That's Kane Bullard, not Shane Bluebard, pal. Wow, of all the names they could have picked. That's pretty interesting. I gotta blow my nose real quick. Don't go anywhere, folks. You know, I say we haven't seen too many Shanes in video games, but I think this is the third one we've seen. Because there's this one, there was the character in Moons of Madness, and also in Wild Arms 3, one of the playable characters' little sister was named Shane as well. So we've seen a couple pop up here. We catch up on Judge you all constantly, Nato. Constantly. All right. Oh yeah, The victim in this case just doesn't make much of an impression on me. Well, you were the victim up until Mr. Bullard was found dead. Yeah, and his body wasn't discovered until this morning. Anyway, we don't have enough information yet. Can you help us out? Sorry, I'm actually a little confused myself. For some reason, I'm just blabbing like an idiot right now. Okay, Nick, now's a chance to get more information about the victim, so hurry up and ask. Oh, alright, so we got a new field there. Yes, Ismra glowed. Had a Shane as well, I remember. Can you tell us some more about Mr. Bullard? He was the CEO of KB Security, right? What kind of company is it anyway? Well, the company basically sends security teams out to buildings to guard them. Mr. Bullard must have had the chance to learn a lot of secrets doing this kind of work. Oh, and? And? I don't know how to put this, but the guy was kind of a money grubber. Really? Me too. I just love money. I can't ever get enough. Please stop leaning in towards me like that. You aren't getting into my wallet. Anyway, it looks like he did some pretty shifty stuff to earn his millions. Oh, so that's my problem. I need to be shiftier. Let me go already. Apparently he was involved in selling trade secrets between rival companies. Oh, that's pretty dirty and underhanded. Yeah. Oh, KB Security used to head security operations against Mask to Mask. What? Really? Yeah, and after screwing it up so many times, the company's reputation really took a nosedive. So it really was Bullard who sent Ron the blackmail letter, huh? Possibly. Let's see, anything else we need to present him with here? Let's see, he didn't know anything about either of those. Press him on the autopsy report, I suppose. Nope, nothing else to get there. Let's see, anything else? Nothing else he can tell us about those, I suppose. You're asking about the blackmail letter? About this blackmail letter? Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about it too, pal. How would Ken Bullard have been blackmailing Ron DeLight anyway? Well, Mr. DeLight used to work at KB Security, right? What was it that made him quit? Nick, that's it! Maybe that's the same reason he's been blackmailed. Oh, right, he says he's looking into that now, too. We already asked that. My bad. Oops. Alright, so I don't think we got anything else we can ask, then. Well, we got some new information. That's a good thing. Technically, Emperor, if you want to really be specific. Gamer Extreme, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Alright, so... let's see. Let's head down to the security room. I've been forgetting to ask about profiles. So let's see if we can do that here. The CEO of our company. He was a pretty good guy. Huh? Really? Yeah, you bet. You know I'm not very good at working hard, right? Yeah, I kind of noticed. Well, guess what the boss said to me about that? I don't expect much work from you, Larry. In return, just don't expect much pay. I see. I guess he had to follow some kind of dumb law about having security here in the building. So in order to pay the lowest wage possible, he went to the bottom of the barrel. To be honest, I really looked up to the boss. If I ever grow up to be a CEO, I want to be just like him. Don't worry, Nick. I promise I'll hire you for security. Exhausting. Exhausting. Alright, so he doesn't know anything about our victim, unfortunately. Alright, I think that's about all we can ask him then, so let's keep moving. Head to the hideout. Let's present her with some profiles as well. Oh, I know him. This is Ronnie's boss, the CEO guy. Well, now he's an ex-boss. Somebody killed him last night. Naturally, I know that. He was a pretty sly man, let me tell you. Oh, really? You bet he was. He made Ronnie chief of one of his security teams. That was just so he could work him like a slave. Mr. Delight ever have a problem with Mr. Bullard himself? Even if he did, you think she'd tell you about it? Well, Ronnie isn't the type to complain about that kind of thing. I tried to get him to talk to me about work, but he never would. Oh, this is the guy who delivered Ronnie's wallet. He got some issues, doesn't he? Huh? Let's just say his flirting style is pretty obvious. Pretty stale, too, actually. Pretty sad when the only thing you remember about a man is his lame pickup lines. What's even more sad is that man probably believes in those like they're his lifelines. Looks like he blew it again, huh? More issues than a People magazine, lady. It's true. It's true. I don't think there's really anything else we can ask her then. So let's go ahead and keep moving. Pinch center. Yes, all right. Ah, Mr. Wright. Mr. Delight. Did they finish their interrogation? Yes, but please don't leave me alone anymore. Mr. Delight, you lied to us before, didn't you? Well, you see. On the same night, the sacred urn was stolen from Lord Lee Taylor department store. A blackmail letter you got summoned you to KB Security to hand over to some money. And then, that's where the CEO, Kane Bullard, was murdered. But, there's only one Ron Delight, am I right? The only question is, where were you that night? This time, I want to hear the whole truth. Your life depends on it. Okay. Mr. Delight, do you still insist that you're mask to mask? Isn't that what I've been saying since yesterday? That was a quick response. Tell me about it. To be honest, it's starting to get irritating. But listen, Mr. Delight. At the trial today, we learned the true identity of the thief, didn't we? We did? Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. I guess it's true. I wasn't the one who stole that urn. Of course not. After all, you were at KB Security at the time. So then the person dressed up as mask to mask in the photo gotta be Detective Atme. So that night, you didn't go to Lord Lee Taylor, you went to KB Security, right? Yes, I went to KB Security at the time the blackmail note said I should. Alright, what happened next? Well, I used to work there, so I knew where the CEO's office was. I knocked, but there was no answer. So then I used the key card to unlock the door. Probably when he dropped his wallet. When I went into the CEO's office, someone was in there. Someone? Then suddenly, they bashed me over the head. Bam! Was it Kane Bullard that hit you? I don't know. The person ran away while I was still stunned. When I came to my senses, the sight I saw left me speechless. The dead body of the CEO was right there in front of me. I thought I'd die myself. Anyway, I thought I should do something with the body. So that's why you put it in the safe? Yes, that's right. I used to be the chief of one of the security teams, so I knew how to open it. Okay, and what did you do after that? Well, I got out of there for starters. I was the one who set up the security cameras in that building. So I knew how to avoid being spotted by them. Ick. All of a sudden, Mr. Delight kinda sounds like the murderer to me. Please don't say that. Mr. Delight, is it true that 1 year ago, You were forced to quit KB security? How did you? I'm begging you, please don't tell Desi, please. Don't worry, we haven't told anyone yet. Oh, thank goodness. No, I mean, but I suppose I'll have to tell her sometime. She'll find out eventually. Why have you been hiding it from her anyway? Desi would despise me if she found out I was living a life of crime. A criminal, a thief, she'd never forgive me. My marriage would be over. Knowing that, why did you become a thief in the first place? Because Desi spends money like it's water. There's no job in the world that can bring in enough money. Except being a thief. At least, that's what I thought anyway. So he became mask to mask for Desiree, huh? Oh, God. This is real bad. This is real bad. Sacred 2? I think I've heard of that one, Gamer Extreme. How are we liking it so far? Oh, this guy wasn't helping himself before. He's not helping us now. Oh, let's see. It's the emergency buzzer for the CEO's office. Don't press it. Makes a terrible racket. Sorry, I just love making a lot of noise. Does this buzzer have something to do with this case? Well, at this point, I don't really know yet. After all, there was no prints on it, or anything else for that matter. This list, we found it in the office of the CEO, Mr. Bullard. Hey, this is a list of all the things Master Mask stole. And that's the value of each item listed next to them. $100,000, $150,000. Are you sure that's the value of the stolen items? The numbers seem a little low to me. Even on the black market, the price should be at least 3 times higher than that. Guess he knows about that stuff because he used to be a security guard. Hey, this is an article about my debut heist. Boy, that was a tough one. Before I knew it, they were hot on my trail. But mask to mask, he must have gotten away, right? It says in the article that he disappeared. That's right. I got a sudden burst of inspiration. I hid my mask to mask costume in a nearby plastic bucket. Then I quickly changed into my security guard uniform. Pretty clever, eh? Wow, awesome. Hey, hold the phone! The guard in this photo? Is this you, Mr. Delight? That's right. Nice trick if I do say so myself. Nice and easy to figure out. Even pearls could see through that in a heartbeat. This guy is gonna be the death of me. What time is it for me? It is 6 o'clock a.m. on the nose right now. Becoming a common writer for a girl. Where have I heard that one before? It's been at least once, I think. Yeah, for some reason, you can just mess with the crime scene as much as you want. How are we doing today, Alchemist Merlin? Hope you're doing good. Oh, Ron. But as you might expect, Detective Atme found the disguise. He truly deserves the title of Ace Detective. Detective Atme found the mask-to-mask disguise? Oh, that's interesting. Yes, and I heard that he brought it home with him. So that's it. That's when Atme got his hands on this. Thanks to that, I got the chance to remake my costume. That must have been really time-consuming, huh? Yes, it took quite a while to complete. Anyway, a few days after that, I received the first of the blackmail letters. Blackmail letters? You got them starting when? Tell me more now. Hey, calm down. Don't get so worked up. Alright, wait, what? There were more blackmail letters? This blackmail letter, is this the first one you got? No, of course not. But this is the first one that ever called me out to a specific location. So, did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Emanon heist. That first letter, it said, I know you did it. So someone found out about your true identity? Just like that? It's not easy being a master thief, you know. I've got proof it was you, so give up, it went on to say. So in the end, I had to give up the treasure. I went through all that trouble to steal. Is that right? Hey, hang on a second. What do you mean you had to give it up? Oh, don't worry. After I put the jewel in the safe deposit box the letter specified, someone sent me $10,000. No one said anything about me being worried, you know. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. Plans? I'm so confused about this. Hey, APOC! Welcome in, King of APOC. How are you doing today? How was your stream? What were you playing? Tell me everything. And for anybody from APOC's stream who doesn't know me, my name is Shane. That's Shane's Games. I play the obscure, the unusual, and the nostalgic. And today we are playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations, the third in the Phoenix Wright series right here. Let's see, APOC, welcome in. Artemidoris, welcome in. X-Eraz, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. And if anyone in here is not following King of APOC, you absolutely should. Great retro streamer, plays anything and everything. Huge variety of games. You never know what you're going to see, but it's probably going to be something you haven't heard of before. So make sure you click that link, give him a follow, check him out next time he's live. You're going to have a good time over there. All Sega Saturn tonight, nice. And with virtual highlight, oh my god. Did you get some laughs out of that at least? I think that's about all that game is actually good for. Pearl, if you ever need a lawyer, you're hiring me. Excellent. I'll do my best. I don't actually know any law, but I'll do my best. Trying to give the game the benefit of the doubt? Well, I applaud you for that. So, what's your review of it? I enjoyed it up to the Dragon Lava boss fight. Oh my god, yeah, the boss fights in that game are something else. They really are. Like, I'll give it this. I say this a lot, but I'll give it this. That game is ambitious. Like, clearly they had some really big ideas for that game. And very clearly ran into some technical limitations. But I applaud them for that, at least. Oh my goodness. What are these plans you're talking about? There were instructions on how to steal a crown or painting or some other rare treasure. They showed security blind spots, escape routes, even suggested training methods. So you mean the one who planned the heist wasn't you? No, it wasn't. I only planned the very first one. After that, I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans. Sounds like Mr. Delight is thankful to the person that was blackmailing him. So Ron Delight was Mask to Mask after all? But someone else is behind the thefts. Someone who planned them all out in detail. All I had to do was deposit the treasures I stole into the safe deposit box. Then I just waited for the cash to come in the mail. You try not to look so gleeful about it. So you went after the secret urn because of one of those plans too? Well, see, truth is I've never seen the urn. All I did was follow the instructions and steal what I was told to steal. Mr. Delight, is everything you've just told me the truth? Yes, but please don't tell Desi, okay? Oh my god, alright. Ron, before we go, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Yes, but please don't hurt me. Mr. Kane Bullard, do you swear that it wasn't you who killed him? Yes, of course. I could never. I'm not lying. All I did was hide his body in the safe. But then I was afraid they'd discover what I did, so I turned myself in yesterday. Why? Well, if the judges ruled that I was guilty of robbery, then I'd have an alibi, right? I guess so. You're really clever, Mr. Delight. Guess I have no choice but to take Mr. Delight at his word. Mystic Maya! Hey, Pearly! I'm back. Hey, Pearls! So what have you been up to this whole time? Sacred urn, Mr. Nick. I took it back to Korean Village to have it examined. And what'd you find out? Well, there's no need to worry. They said it's the real urn. Whew! That's a relief. I was really worried. But There's one small problem. Problem? These cute little pink splotches? He said that it's paint, and that they were put on the urn recently. Why are we talking about the pink splotches again? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? We gotta find out how they got there. That's the big deal. Yes, Mr. Nick, we gotta find out how they got there. Oh, okay, we'll go find out how they got there. Please don't forget about me. Alright, I think that's the thing we need to go attack that Cyclock now, so that's good. Let me caught up on chat here. Yeah, I've seen the trailer for the Weird Al biopic. If you haven't seen, if that's all you've seen, LTG, look up the movie on IMDb and look up some of the rest of the cast. There is some wild casting choices for that movie. Almost a year ago, really, EP? That's really cool. Oh, awesome, EP. It has been a while ago now, hasn't it? That's pretty cool. Oh my god, UHF, I love that movie. Alright, so let's head to Wright and Company. Then let's move over here. Then let's move down to the basement. October 13th, Worthy Taylor, a basement warehouse. Oh, Pearl, how nice to see you. Hello there. I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to? Actually, I was having this urn examined. Oh, I see. Maybe if we take another good look at this urn, we can figure out the mystery of what actually happened here. Nick, let's look around one more time. Alright, so we gotta look around the room one more time. LTG, I take it you just pulled up the page. You picked the box. What's in the box? Nothing! You're so stupid! There's actually a command for that if you want EP. I think it's follow, exclamation mark, follow age, I think? I don't actually remember my own commands. Alright, so let's slide over. Alright, so there's that pink paint again. Yep, that's it, alright. There is a cooldown on it, so I might have to wait a second. I'm very curious about it as well. This is the same color as the paint splotches on the urn. So the question is, what's the cause of this odd shape? Let's look around here carefully, Mr. Nick. Actually, there's one other thing I think we need to look at here. Which is this box. This box, there's something about it that's bothering me. Let's see. That's the box that the sacred urn was in. Looks like there's some pink paint on it, too. And it's definitely the same color as the stuff on the urn. I think I know how the paint got on it now. Alright, let's investigate again, Nick. Alright. Let's see, is there anything else we can look at around here? Or anything else new, I should say. Mr. Nick, could it be what this odd shape is? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. Ah, that's the box the sacred urn was in. If you look here, there's a little bit of paint on the box as well. Wow, you're right. Look, it matches. What is it, Mr. Nick? This is all turning out exactly as I thought it would. I think it's all starting to become clear. We're that much closer to solving the mystery of what happened to the urn. Alright, I think I've got a guess. Go ahead and slide back over again. There you go, EP. 11 months, 2 days. Ooh, Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 in February. That's exciting. Almost 4 months now, John. Holy crap. Danganronpa Blood, that's what I thought when I saw it. I'm like, is Blood from Phoenix Wright pink? I can't remember. I do take great pleasure in keeping all my VODs like that. The fire extinguisher did it. I never trusted that thing. Alright, I think we've seen everything we need to see there. Take back. Can't talk to her again, so let's save one more time. And then I'll try and break her psych lock again. Actually, can we examine anything in here in more detail? Nope. Alright, so we're good. We're good. Present Magatama. Oh, no worries, EP. No worries. I would much rather you be getting a good night's sleep than stopping by. Like we've been saying, there's VODs if you ever want those. But otherwise, I hope your new sleep schedule's working out for you. No worries. Miss Andrews, do you know anything about the Sacred Urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn that was submitted before the court today. Obviously not the same urn as before. Well, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. Could be fake. Fake? You're the one who said it wasn't the same. That's the most obvious explanation. Do you have any evidence the urn that was submitted at the trial was genuine? We do, as a matter of fact. We do now. Sorry to break it to you, but the urn is the genuine article. Pearls went back to Korean Village and had it examined. Is that right? It's nice, but I don't see how... What she discovered was that the urn had been broken. Again. Did you say again? Yes, it was broken once a year ago. And now it looks like the same thing has happened. Quite recently, too. Recently? Are you saying that the urn was broken recently? Yep, that's exactly what I'm saying. Why do you think it was broken recently? How do you know? Well... This poster. It was made recently, right? Poster? Ah! Poster for the exhibit. At the time when this photo was taken, the urn said I am on it. But now, for some mysterious reason, it says Ami. When the urn was fixed, the letters were transposed. Ah! I am? What does that even mean? I don't know anything about that. I wasn't even there when the photo for this poster was taken. That was a mistake. Now, tell the truth. Ah, wait! Or, even if the urn is broken, I had nothing to do with it. Yes, that's it. It must have been one of the people at the photo shoot. They probably dropped it. I'm sure that's what happened. Looks like she's not going to give up that last psych lock so easily. Do you have any proof the urn was broken here at Lordly Taylor? Well, yes. Well, Miss Andrews. This urn has these pretty little pink paint splotches on it. And there's some on the box the urn was stored in, too. No matter how you look at it, the paint seems to be exactly the same, wouldn't you say? So, what does that prove? That urn was dropped along with a box. That's when they both got paint on them. Are you with me so far? Yes. The rest of the story is obvious. This box was dropped right here in Lordly Taylor's basement warehouse. I can prove that means the urn was broken here, too. So can you prove that? Can you prove the box was dropped here in the basement warehouse? Yes, I can. Ah! I think you already know where I'm going with this, don't you? Yes, more or less. There's pink paint splattered on the floor and walls of this basement warehouse. But there's an odd shape imprinted into a part of the paint stain, am I right? Yes. If you put this box into the impression in the paint, you can see it fits perfectly. which means the box was dropped right over there. And that is when the urn was broken. Your name does you justice, Mr. Wright. There we go. Whew, and we got our health back. I'm so sorry. I was the one who broke the sacred urn. Why does that make me feel like some sort of evil school teacher? I'm a terrible person. Not only did I break it, but I tried to hide what I did. Well, that's not so hard to understand, is it, Pearly? No, not at all. I know just how she feels. Happened about 2 weeks ago, just after the poster photo was taken on the same day the urn arrived here. I thought I'd put it away down here for safekeeping. I was carrying it in the box. When I tripped on a paint can and lost my balance, the box I was carrying crashed into the ground. I heard a terrible noise, and I thought my heart was going to stop. Fearing the worst, I opened the lid of the box, and that's when it happened. The broken piece of the urn fell out of the box and landed right in the paint. I was in shock, and let out a huge scream. I can totally see how that could happen. Yeah, as clumsy as she is, I'm sure Maya understands. Well, I knew it was the most important treasure in all of Korean village, so I tried as hard as I could to fix it. Fortunately, the shards are pretty big. That's when the I am got changed to Ami? I didn't know how it was originally written, but any sane person fixing it would have assumed it said Ami. Any sane person? Really? Oh, Pearls. She said she wasn't very good at spelling. Anyway, I put the urn into the storeroom and no one had seen it since then. Alright, so that's some new information, I suppose. But there's something I don't get. When we first came here, I didn't see any paint stains. Well, that's because it was so ugly and embarrassing. I used the golden statue to cover it. Tommy Faye's statue. Aha! The first time we came down here, it was on the night that the sacred urn was stolen. But Mr. Nick, there was no paint marks on the walls or floor of the warehouse when we were here. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. And I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it there where you first saw it. I see. Now it makes perfect sense. But there's still one thing I find strange. What is it, Pearl? The day after the urn was stolen, we came here again. At that time, the statue had been moved and the paint was clearly visible. She's right about that. Well, Ms. Andrews? What? I don't know anything about that. I placed it there to cover the paint, so why would I move it again? Well, then who was it? Who would have done it and why? The day before the theft, the statue was definitely closer to the door. Then the next day, it was moved, but why? A very good question. $21,000 concurrent. That is nuts. Holy crap. Communication is key. That's amazing. Hey, Cosplay Diver. How's everything going, Diver? Hope you're doing good. Glad to have you with us. And Pumpkin Pie Man. How's everything going, Pumpkin Pie Man? Hope you are doing well as well. Didn't know where to draw the line. Oh my god, LTG. Kiss, welcome in. Hope your weekend is going good. Glad to have you with us. It looks like there's some connection between the sacred urn and the murder case. Why? Why do you think that was so, Nick? Because that night, the real thief, Rhonda Light, was at KV Security. So then why did another masked show up here? A lot of different things are pointing to one undeniable fact. One undeniable fact? The murder trial is starting tomorrow, but that thief is going to be making another appearance. I'm doing great, Pumpkin Pie Man. Thank you for asking. Kinda wish I had some more days in the weekend, but it is what it is. Alright. And we are heading back to trial to see if we can get our client acquitted of murder this time. So the game is asking us to buy that the vase was shattered, reassembled incorrectly by a toddler, but still managed to be vase-shaped, shattered a second time, and the shards from the second shattering managed to assemble back into the original vase's form. Well, if nothing else, the person who assembled it the second time possibly knows a little bit about art restoration? Maybe? Yeah, we don't know about the sword either, because the guy claimed to get conked in the head, and the sword was bent as if it conked somebody in the head, but we now know there's only one person down there, so that isn't adding up either. All right. October 14th, 9:41 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. Hey, Nick! What is it this time? You won't believe how many people are here for the trial. Well, it is a murder case. What are you talking about? You're here for the trial next door. Next door? Why don't you know this, Nick? They're having Detective Atmey's trial today. Detective Atmey? They say they're going to try him as mask to mask. Already? That was fast. Boy, I'd love to see mask to mask trial. I know. By the way, where's Pearls? Oh, she went back home. She said she can't neglect her training anymore. I know you don't like me. Who is that talking? Pearls really gotten into her training lately, huh? Yeah, ever since that incident last year. Please don't ignore me. Oh, Mr. Delight, good morning. No one else likes me. No one would notice me, even if I killed someone. Come on, don't be silly. Wait a sec. You don't mean you're the murderer? No, oh, I'm just a poor thief. No, wait, that's not right. A thief can't really be poor. Zigcat, hey! Thank you so much for 43 months at Tier 2. We will solve the mystery of the sword, and if it is the last thing, we will do. Also, 43 months hype. 42 is better, but that was last month. You only get one, I suppose, but we'll always remember that one. It was a good one. Thank you so much for all the support, Zigcat. It really means a ton. I appreciate it. It helps a lot, too. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, here's the thing, like, so we just skipped from late afternoon yesterday to early morning today. And we know for a fact that Phoenix wasn't doing anything between then. Because in the world of Phoenix Wright, lawyers don't prepare for their cases. They just sort of, like, plan to play it by ear once they get in there? It's so weird. I've never really thought about it like that, but now I'm thinking about it. Was it straight when we first examined it? I thought it was, no, they said it was bent, and then after Maya hit Phoenix, Phoenix said, I think it's bent now more than it was when we first saw it. I'm pretty sure he said that anyway. Oh, the recent Lupin series on Netflix. I haven't heard too much about that one, but I do like a good heist show. Now let's see. According to Mr. Delight, from his second crime on, he was following a bunch of set plans. Plans that someone had been sending him to help him commit the heists. Now, we actually found those plans before, but the game clearly is hoping we forgot about that, so I won't say anything. Do you really think there's a connection between the thief and the murder, Nick? Possible. Today's trial is a race against the clock. Huh? How come? Let's just take your time, like always. I'm afraid that's not an option. October 14th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 6. Let's see. Groshin, welcome in. How are you doing today, Groshin? Hope everything's going well with you. No, I've been trying to play the series roughly in release order. So the only ones I've actually played for any length of time so far have been the first one and the second one. I played a little bit of the first Edgeworth game, but I don't even think I finished the first case. That's about it. So I'm hoping to play Great Ace Attorney Chronicles one day, but it's going to be a long time before I get there, since those are the most recently released ones. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron Delight. The defense is ready, Your Honor. You're ready. Preparations, the last refuge of the week. Okay, settle down, everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement, Mr. Godot. Ugh, got the judge in the palm of his hand. Yet again. Ron Delight is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all. I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Godot. Then you need to get out more, Your Honor. Life is war. That's exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. That's all my statement means. You understand now, right? Yes? Well then, let me briefly summarize the details of the case. Wow! Judge is taking charge like he knows what's going on for a change. The victim is Kane Bullard, CEO of KB Security. His body was found in a safe at approximately 9 a.m. on the morning of the 13th. However, the time of death was estimated at 1 a.m. on the previous day. And that's when our little lost kitten dropped the ball. That little lost kitten is, of course, the defendant. Very well then, Mr. Godot. Please call your first witness. I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial. But the first one is always the best. Mr. Godot, your witness? Okay then, let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight, has to say for himself. Defendant? Well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objections? Maybe a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, but... I remember when Mia was defending me. She allowed me to testify so she could do the cross-examination. She put a lot of trust in me back then. We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. Delight to testify. You've got guts, Trite. Alright then, Mr. Ron Delight, please take the stand. Let's see, Pumpkin Pie Man, I really want to play the 3DS games, but I can't capture them or emulate them. Well, it might involve emulation, but there is another way to do it. Because a lot of the Phoenix Wright games have been remastered for Android. So if you've got an Android phone, or you're willing to use an Android emulator, you might be able to go that route. I'm really hoping that they bring out some more PC ports of the games, but if they don't, that's actually my plan, is I'm going to try and emulate the Android versions to play on stream, since they're single screen versions, just like the PC versions, so that'll make it a little bit easier. My backlog is colossal. It is over 200 titles at this point, I believe. There's so much. Preparation is the last refuge of the week. Yeah, this guy's not good. This guy, he's one of those characters that tries to sound really cool and smart, but if you actually think for even a moment what he's saying, then it's just like, no, that doesn't make any sense. I know, I love the little gulp sound effects, they're so cute. I'm glad you guys can hear that too. It's kind of quiet. Oh my goodness. I don't actually know too much about emulating Android because I haven't messed around with it. I know there's supposed to be some new ones coming out. Like I know Windows 11 has a native Android emulator, but it's very limited in what you can run on it. Supposedly Google has also been working on a native Windows Android emulator. It's not out yet, so I can't tell you exactly what program to use because I'm not sure what the hotness is right now. I know BlueStacks is out there, but just sort of wanted to point you in the right direction if that helps any. I know they rolled out like the demo of the like the beta of the Android emulator, but it was very limited in what software it could run, I think. Might not get the latent one, that's fine. I wasn't sure about playing the latent one, but all the other ones, I'm hoping. You did it, didn't you? Yes. What? No, that's not true. This motherfucker just nearly tanked the entire case. Right there. Just... Remember how Phoenix was talking about trust? I think we've made a mistake, chat. I believe we have made a terrible mistake. Deep breaths. Fine. For a moment there, I thought we'd set the record for the shortest trial ever. Well, Mr. Delight already looks plenty guilty with that face he's making. And once he opens up his big mouth, he'll probably put the last nail in his own coffin. Yeah, he's kind of calling back to Phoenix being a humongous idiot on the stand, Dame Karen. I remember that all too well. Very well. Now then, can you tell me something? If you didn't kill Bullard, why did you go to KB Security? Well, it's kind of hard to say. Boy, I wish I could go home. Now then, let's hear some testimony about what happened. Bet you miss Old Bag? No. Never. That evening, around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. 1 a.m., the exact time the murder took place. The weak get washed away by the tides of fate. The strong drink it up. Ah, it's bitter today, too. Just like my destiny. You'd never know from the way he's chugging it down. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please. Alright, so let's go ahead and press on everything as usual. 1 a.m., huh? You're absolutely sure about that? Yes, that's what my watch said when I was entering the CEO's office. No. Actually, I'm not really sure. My watch was slow, and my internal clock was also a bit. 1 a.m.? That's the exact time the victim, Mr. Bullard, was murdered, correct? It's too late for a coffee date, that's for sure. So the blackmail letter ordered you there? It was the first time I'd gotten a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere. Does that mean you've gotten other blackmail letters then? Oh, of course. It'd say things like, steal this, or take that. Oh, why do you save those for later, Mr. Delight? Please don't say anymore. Now what should I do? God. I think I see why Phoenix was saying we're on a tight timer now. Godot does not possess functioning taste buds. I don't know what he's talking about this coffee. Let's leave this be. I can't press run too hard, it could ruin the case. I'll just take this one slowly. Wow, Nick, you kind of look like a politician planning out your next move. Alright, so he was working for KB Security until a year ago, so he knew where the office was. Advise your client to plead the fifth. Actually, can we just get him down off the stand? Just come on down, Ron. That's good enough. No more questions. Just stop. 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 Oh my god, pretty boy Ronald McDonald? I can see that. You're not wrong. You used to be a security chief for KB Security, right? Oops, wrong button. Yes, that's right. Security chief? You? And yet, a year ago, you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge? Perfect motive for murder, wouldn't you say? This isn't good. Maybe I should change the subject. Mr. Delight, please tell us why you were fired from your job. Well, the world is filled with those who have said, I wish I'd never asked that. Oh, okay, let's take it back. Defendants, please answer the question. Damn it, oh, what have I done? Well, I needed money. You needed money? Well, you see, Desi loves to spend it. Oh, no! Oh, no, I just realized what I've done. Shit! We stepped on a landmine, chat! Not exactly the best hobby in the world, huh, Nick? My salary wasn't nearly enough, so I stole data from the company. Come again? KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. And since I was security team chief, I stole some data. Sold it. Mr. Bullard found out and I was fired immediately. Ah! I wish I'd never asked that. I was somehow able to keep it secret. Made it seem like I'd quit on my own. What is it, Nick? You don't look so good. Someone who brings harm to their company is fired as punishment. You do well to remember that. He sure told you. So you admit that you stole data from your company? Is that correct? Yes, I'm sorry. This is a very important fact. Please add it to your testimony. Oh man, this whole thing just took a big turn for the worse. Crashed and blew up. It's gonna take the jaws of life to rip this case from the clutches of disaster. I'm gonna save, but I think we need to press on that as well. Crushing, oh my god. Yeah, this is gonna be so hard. We don't actually know why he's wearing the face mask, but he implies that he knew Phoenix from somewhere before, so he appears to be some sort of mystery character. Oh my god, yes, please put Godot in Deadly Premonition, that'd be amazing. He didn't even tell his wife he got fired. For a year! This guy's so bad. Hey, Rex says, welcome in, how are you doing today? Why would you do something like that? Well, for Desi's hobby, why else? Wasting money, huh? It's not a waste! So Miss Delight didn't know that her husband was fired, does she? So it would seem. Not sure what to think about couples that keep secrets like that from each other. Can't believe it. This case has gotten even mine to think seriously about couples. Please try to stay focused, Mr. Wright. There wasn't much to his testimony, was there? Sounds like he's avoiding something. At least that's what it sounds like to me. Uh-oh, I got a bad feeling about this. We'd better be careful. But if we don't find a way to make him spill the beans, we'll never get closer to the truth. Yeah. So it sounds like the only way to progress is we might need to step on another landmine. Oh, God. Well, the truth has always been Phoenix's best weapon. No matter how bad that truth is, we might need to hear it, I think. Really? You think they have a visor like Godot's in Cyberpunk? That'd be pretty badass. Alright, so we'll press about the blackmail letter. That is a good quote. So what did the blackmail letter in question say? It said to bring $50,000. Money, eh? Perfect motive for committing murder. Oh, but wait! I never intended to pay that money anyway. Oh? Is that right? After all, he had nothing to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of. Important point indeed. Witness, let's have that added to your testimony. Yes, sir. Huh. Muddy mud skipper in outer space has a better chance of surviving than I do. Are you sick of them yet? Actually, I meant there'll be an update on Instagram very soon about them. But the short version LTD is, yes, I'm kind of burnt out of Reese's Pieces. Update coming soon, I promise. Just what were you being blackmailed about anyway? The blackmail letter said, if you don't want your identity revealed, correct? I'm sure it was referring to the whole mask-to-mask thing. I'm afraid that reason isn't going to hold up anymore. What do you mean? The victim had no proof the defendant was mask to mask. But you were the one who stole company secrets only 1 year earlier. But I was all over with once I was fired. But it is true that the fact I stole secrets was kept under wraps. Even so, there is no reason for me to pay up now a whole year later. That really true? What is it, Nick? The fact that Ron was stealing company data. I wonder if he would have had a problem if that ever became public knowledge. Mr. Delight, I believe you would have been in considerable trouble if your identity as a company data thief was made public. Mr. Wright, what are you trying to do by bullying your own client? Men are like colonies of bacteria. The more heat you apply, the faster they grow. That's exactly right. Well then, feel free to keep up the heat, my little lawyer amigo. Little lawyer amigo? Yes, now come on. Provide some evidence to back up your assertion. Why would Mr. Delight want to keep his data stealing secret and go in public? Oh god, I should have saved there. I did not though. Shane, stop bullying your client now. He needs to learn. Oh my god, a Phoenix Wright amigo would be so good. Alright, so... see, I think I know what we need to do here. Let's see. Oh, right here. Mr. Delight, what you said just now doesn't match up with what you told me yesterday. Huh? What doesn't? I think you must have been scared. Very scared. Of having a certain person find out your secret. Certain person? Mrs. Desiree Delight, the defendant's wife. Ah, but I... Listen to me, my Desi, she's... Looks like if I just sit back and relax, the fun will end before it truly begins. Kiddo? Yes, we know. It was all your wife's fault. What do you mean? Mr. Delight stole company data to pay for his wife's spending habit, for which he was fired. Unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail him. And that is how this murder came about. Oh. Oh, everything's falling neatly into place for him. Don't talk about my Desi like that, or you'll be sorry. Well, it seems we've learned a great deal of things here so far. What do you think, Nick? I didn't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whipped in just 20 minutes. Clearly there was sufficient motive for murder. He stole data for his wife and he killed to protect a secret. Family man who cared just a little too much. Motive is clear. Let's move on. What happened at the crime scene at 1 a.m. in the morning, Mr. Delight? Come on now. Tell us. We're all ears. He's helping, just not himself. Which, you know, we're kind of paid to help, so this isn't going very well. Yeah, who is sliding those cups of coffee, and how can I hire them? That I need to know about. When I entered his office, there was a suspicious shadow there. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. When I came to, Mr. Bullard was lying there, dead. I see. Suddenly hit on the forehead, huh? I believe the detective from yesterday provided similar testimony. He said that mask to mask struck him on the head from behind. Of course, since Sammy turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a lie. Huh. No one's gonna believe a pathetic lie like that. Oh, what are you saying? I really was attacked. We'll find out if what you said is true or not during the cross-examination. Got that, Mr. Trite? Don't go easy just because he's your client. If I see any sign that you are, I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godot. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it. You tell he's dead by the fact his tongue is out. A telltale sign right there. Alright, I gotta blow my nose real quick. I'll be right back, folks. Alright, we got a new set of statements. Let's go ahead and start pressing on everything. Hey, Phenomenon! Welcome in, Finn, Mr. Nomenon himself. How are you doing today, Finn? How was your stream? What were you playing? Tell me everything. This lad is the raid message. I love that. Who all we got here? I see that gamer chick, yet another princess, Mr. Nomenon himself, Twaffo, the J-Mac, King Smashington, Vlad, Quadratic, Master V, Pentalia. Welcome in, everybody. For anybody that doesn't know me, my name is Shane. That's Shane's Games. I play the obscure, the unusual, and the nostalgic. And today we are playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations, the third of the Phoenix Wright series of games, as we very slowly attempt to make our way through the whole series. And if anybody in here is not following Phenomenon, why? Get on that, for hecking sake. Gotta do that. Finn is fantastic. He's an amazing retro streamer, plays a ton of JRPGs, all the classics, and a lot of ones you might not have heard of either. And I know if you're in here, you probably love JRPGs, so you're gonna love Finn. So click that link, give him a follow, check him out next time he's live. You're gonna have a blast over there, I promise you. Excuse me. And Warded Animal, thank you for the gift sub to That Gamer Chick. Gift sub number 19 in the channel. I appreciate that. That's very cool of you. Oh, Master V, that's super cute. I like it. Still on the first game, J-Mac? Well, if you need to leave for spoilers, I completely understand. But first game is so good. I hope you enjoy it. Definitely have fun with those. So yeah, Finn, what were you up to today? What were you playing? How did it go? I would love to hear, although of course if you need to get some post-stream snacks, get up and stretch, go right ahead. Don't let me stop you. Alright, so like I said, we're going through and we're pressing on some new statements we got here. Who is this suspicious shadow? If there were 1,000 of me, and even if one knew, I'd tell you. Trust me. He's dodging all of our questions is not helping us win his case. Okay, then how was the victim Mr. Bullard at that time? What do you mean by how was he? Was he already dead? Was he still alive? Maybe he was the one who hit you in the first place. That's a good question. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Forget it. How is he so unhelpful? I don't think we've ever had a witness that's so aggressively unhelpful. It's ridiculous. Oh, G-Mac, you're on the final trial? Oh my god, that's a good one. It's a hard one, but it's a good one. Dame Karen Phenomenon has some of my favorite emotes on the entire site. Absolutely amazing, absolutely adorable. Also, if anybody's interested, a little birdie told me that Phenomenon has some merch with the emotes on it now. So if you perhaps wanted to wear an adorable Finny Bear, perhaps drink some coffee out of some adorable Finny Bear cups, I'm just saying, it's out there. It is definitely out there. Oh my god, yes, King Smashington. I giggle a little bit every time I see Phenomachonk. That look on the Phenomachonk's face is just indelible. I don't think I've ever seen an emote that hits that vibe with that face right there. As a man that loves food myself, I know exactly what that face is. I appreciate it. So, you were hit in your forehead? Yes, I was hit on the forehead as soon as I entered the room. It was an amazingly fast and powerful attack. Do you remember anything about who hit you? Well, like I said, it was a fast and powerful hit. So I think it was, I was a little dazed for a while. I don't think Mr. Delight even grasped what you were asking. Yeah, I'd like to show him a fast and powerful attack myself. Maybe that would knock some sense back into him. Hey, Warded Animal, thank you for the gift sub to Phenomenon right there. Gift sub number 20 in the channel. I appreciate all that generosity, Warded. Thank you so much for that. And Finn, now, every time you go back through your emote list, there'll be my tiny screaming face there. Let it traumatize you, my friend. Let it haunt you in your nightmares. The cheese is back! I am but an everyday Midwestern boy that uses the phrase, "aw geez," too much. It's true. That was actually the story behind that one Phenomenon. That was made by one of my old mods. He said he wanted to one day count how many times I said "oh geez" in one stream. I said, alright, how many did you count? He said, I got to 47 and then got bored and stopped. And after that, he made the emote. Are you gonna add any more emotes at some point? Yes, I have a bunch more slots. I keep meaning to add more. But basically during the pandemic, my brain's been all over the place and I just keep forgetting to get around to it. But yeah, I've got some ideas for some more. I just haven't got around to making them, but yeah, I do plan to add some more emotes, because why would you not, you know? Yeah, that's my little tiny screaming face right there. The funny thing is, if I remember correctly, the story behind my tiny screaming face is somebody once is like, they're like, Shane, have you ever seen the what face emote? Do you think you could do your own what face? And I said, wait, like this? And then I did that face and somebody screen capped it and sent it to me and I'm like, actually, that's perfect. I actually, when I tried to make that emote, I'm like, oh, that picture is not the highest quality I've ever seen. Let me see if I can make a new one. And I couldn't do that face again. I took like 50 pictures and none of them just got it quite right as that one I'd done spontaneously when somebody asked me about it. Go figure. Serendipity right there. Box puzzle lock.gif. Oh god. Yeah, I gotta do a Shayna's Sith. Shayna's Boy Scout might be a good one. I can see that one. Candid Shane, yeah, I guess. Alright, this one in particular we want to ask about. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. What does that mean? That? Could you please clarify what you're referring to? Why, my Mask to Mask costume, of course. Wait just a moment. Mask to Mask? Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? Just to be on the safe side, I dressed as Mask to Mask. And then, I descended upon the office of the CEO of KB Security. What? Nick, did you know about this? He never told me this. I don't recall him ever mentioning it to me either. Even I didn't know that. Seems our little friend really loves to keep secrets. I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Wait, that's not right. You know, sometimes things just slip your mind. Huh, my 6th cup of coffee is staring up at me coldly. At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony. Oh my god. Like the story of your face freezing with the wind, only yours was in emote form, basically. Basically. Let me caught up a little bit right here. These games are incredible, Finn. I love them. I really do. Descended upon. He's so dramatic. Hey, Relentlessly! Welcome in, Relentlessly. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. So you may have noticed right there, he mentioned he's on his 6th cup of coffee. He says he drinks 17 per case. And I don't know what... I know the cases can sometimes go up to 3 days, but sometimes they're just 1 day. How much coffee does this guy drink? It's horrifying. Alright, take care of yourself, J-Mac. Thanks for stopping in. Hopefully we'll see you around. But you take care of yourself. And thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, Relentlessly. I've loved all of these games that I've played so far. It's such a huge series. I know I got a lot left to play. That's so exciting. So why were you dressed up as Mask to Mask? Why? Because I'm Mask to Mask, of course. What are you talking about? Mask to Mask trial is being held next door. Ah, yes, I guess so. Anyway, at that time, I thought I was being blackmailed over the Mask to Mask issue. So I thought I should go as him just to be safe. Oh boy. Let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took a lot longer than I expected. What, took a lot longer? What is he talking about? What do you mean by took a lot longer? Oh, opening the safe, of course. I think we just stepped on another landmine. My cape got caught on the safe door, you see. This all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bullard's body. What was that? Back up a second! Yes? You were the one that hid the body in the safe? Oh, well, yeah. Inconceivable! Why? Just why? What reason could you have? What were you thinking? Question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine? What? The answer is simple. When they take them off. As usual, I have no idea what you're saying. You mean that Mr. Delight hid the body because he's the murderer? Huh. So you're not as stupid as you look. His metaphor this time was really obscure. Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business, do you? Well, yes. Why am I the only one not in the loop here? Witness, make sure you add this to the testimony. Yes, sir. Looks like I have storm fronts moving in over the Fairweather Judge. Yeah, if you notice, he keeps getting his cups of coffee slid across the table to him. I don't know how they do that. There's supposedly other judges. We've never seen any of the other ones, though. Stop helping the prosecution! Oh, this guy's killing me. This guy's killing me. No, hey, we get to hide evidence for once. Oh, we tried. It didn't work very well. So he panicked and hid the body in the safe. It took about 10 minutes. Ugh. Why did you hide the body in the safe anyway? Well, because it wouldn't fit in a drawer. Your Honor, I'd like to withdraw as counsel on account of the fact my client's an idiot and I hate him. That's not exactly what I meant. When I saw that corpse, I kind of lost it. I thought, if they find his corpse, they'll think I did it. Huh. I think you had a simpler reason than that. Because you killed him. That's why you spent 10 minutes hiding the body. That certainly makes more sense. Hold on. 10 minutes? What is it, Nick? I just had a thought. Under these circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body? And spend 10 whole minutes to do it? Under these circumstances? What circumstances? Oh! Hey, Nick, if you think his behavior is so strange, why don't you present some evidence that would show just what those circumstances were? That's it. Take a look at the court record and present some evidence. We read this from Mr. Delight yesterday, didn't we? Not much in his testimony either. I bet she's still hiding something. I wouldn't be surprised. We'll just have to draw it out of him. I just hope he doesn't make things any more complicated. Kill him and make it slow. Send me the video afterwards, please. This guy. The eternal sunshine of the empty mind. Oh my god. Alright, so I think that's everything. Alright, so what have we got that we could present here? Is the question. Let me take a look around. Oh, here we go. Your Honor, could you please look at this record? And what might this be? The record for the emergency buzzer that connects the CEO's office to security. If the button in the office is pressed, a security team is supposed to come running. And according to this record, the buzzer was pushed once at 1:02 a.m. What? If Mr. Ron Delight truly was the murderer, he would have ran as soon as that buzzer sounded. After all, a security guard would have been heading his way. Huh. Let's remember who we're dealing with here. You probably had no idea there were security personnel in the building. Up until 1 year ago, my client was working as a chief of security. There's no way you wouldn't have known about them. But, as it turns out, the guard never came. That was nothing more than a coincidence. The fact that the guard was a pathetic loser, who had just gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend, and wasn't anywhere in the vicinity, was not something Mr. Delight could have known. Ha! Again, remember who we're dealing with here. It's a sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer going off. The buzzer is extremely loud. There's no way he could have ignored something like that. If he'd been conscious, that is. Conscious? What do you mean by that? There's the coffee slide. Fine. Let's hear your theory. Recall the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes. Unconscious? So he fainted? That's why Mr. Delight didn't know that the buzzer had sounded. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body. So what are you trying to say? Mr. Delight was knocked out and the buzzer went off soon afterwards. Now, unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious, it can only mean there was another person in that room. That's right, whoever it was, they knocked out Ron Delight and then pressed the buzzer. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, this is preposterous. It was that kid. Ron Delight is the one who killed Kane Bullard. Then who pressed the buzzer? It was the victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push the button. Kane Bullard sounded the buzzer himself. What is your opinion on this, Mr. Wright? I need to prove that the real criminal was there at the scene, but how? I'm gonna save again because it's getting intense. Let me caught up with chat too. I want to know how he styles that cinnamon bun hairdo of him in the morning. Anime hairstyles are insane. Like, even Phoenix's with the swoop back, I have no idea how he gets that done. Yeah, he should have been expecting the security guard, but for some reason he was still there that whole time. You'd think that it hurt him, LTG. Who pressed the button? I love this music too, it's so good. Can I prove that it wasn't Kane Bullard who sounded the buzzer? The defense's opinion is this, Your Honor. This piece of evidence proves that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer. I believe this is the piece of incontrovertible evidence you were looking for. The emergency buzzer? There some kind of clue on it? Absolutely not. Hey, come on now. At least give some thought to what you say before opening your mouth. The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself the clue. Now I'm the one who's clueless. This button has no fingerprints on it. If Mr. Bullard had really pressed it himself, naturally, he would have left his fingerprints behind. Ron Delight obviously wiped them off. Why would he? The guard could come at any moment. He touched that button. I know he did. The defendant, Mr. Delight, was dressed as Mask to Mask. And Mask to Mask always wears gloves. What reason could he possibly had to wipe the button free of fingerprints? Order! 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 It would seem I've been forced to eat crow. So it would seem. So it would seem. Your Honor, I'd also like to re-emphasize what a loser that security guard was. We do need to know what's under that mask, because I think they're setting it up to be a mystery, so I'm curious about it. Oh, that music was so good. So that is a euphemism in English. If you're forced to eat crow, it means basically you're forced to regret your words. Forced to regret your actions, basically. Usually words, I think. I don't know where it comes from, I have no idea. I wonder what blend number crow-flavored coffee is. Yeah, it's not a very common turn of phrase anymore, but I still hear it occasionally. However, if the real killer was there at the scene, why would that person press the emergency buzzer? Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? What was this awkward silence all of a sudden? Looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks. They're on to you, Nick! Just give me a minute to collect my thoughts. To recognize that one has been shown to be mistaken or outdone, especially by admitting that one has made a humiliating error. Thank you for that, Kiss. First appeared in the 1870s in America in the form Eat Boiled Crow. Unknown origin, but probably a reference to the meat of the crow being very unappetizing and dangerous, I'm told. The real culprit killed Mr. Bullard around 1 a.m. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? The killer clobbered Mr. Delight and then sounded the buzzer. You know, security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed? Security was supposed to respond. Time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say. Oh god, I think we need to save again. It's repulsive to eat in the same way that being proven wrong might be emotionally hard to swallow. Basically, yeah. And Airing, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's kind of the case with any, like, murder mystery novel or movie, right? Is like, if you step back and take a look at it, you're like, wow, it's really lucky all of those things happened, huh? Heists, too, I think. Things always seem to go just perfectly in the weird ways. Very well, then. Oh, you've got some guts. I like that in an opponent. Why did the real killer sound the emergency buzzer? The killer knew that if they pressed the button, a guard would come running. And that was exactly what they wanted. You mean to say the killer called the guard on purpose? Yes. Although, as it turned out, he never showed up. Because he was getting his clock cleaned at the time. Ha! What a touching story. You're saying the killer had a change of heart, called the guard and turned himself in? No, I'm not. When that buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. The victim, Kane Bullard, who was already dead. The defendant, Ron Delight, who was out cold. And the third person, the real killer. Let's see, Love Retros, which Ace Attorney is this one? So this is the third one, which was originally supposed to be the final Ace Attorney ever. But they ended up continuing the series later with a new set of directors. So yeah, I consider this one to be the conclusion to the original trilogy, if nothing else. Hypothetically, yes. Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in the room would be the victim and Ron Delight. And if any security guards came running in at that time, they would think that I was the murderer. Yes, that was precisely the real killer's objective. To frame Ron Delight for the murder. Oh, we got him! We got him! Order, order, order! Would seem. I've been made to eat my words once again. Actually, I've been made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee. Mr. Wright, who was it? Who is it that tried to frame me? Wait a second. I'm the one and only mask to mask, so... Nick, you mean the real killer is... We're gonna drag that person in here right now. But who is it? I don't have any solid proof yet, but think about it. The killer knew Mr. Delight's identity, and they also knew that he'd been called to KB security that night. So the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bullard. Now then, let's hear your accusation, Mr. Wright. Who was it that framed Mr. Ron Delight for the murder of Kane Bullard? Well... I mean, there's only one person I could think of that it could be here. Yeah, you actually heard the swallowing noise and he spat it out, so... Did he puke coffee? What happened there? It was Colonel Mustard phenomenon? In what room and with what weapon? Gotta have all 3 if you're gonna win the game. Let's see, relentlessly, I always love it when you get to this point in the case where you're unsure of what they mean, and Phoenix is like, I know exactly what happened, and I'm like, I guess? I have a guess, I suppose? Yeah, we did see the silhouette there, and there's only one person I can think of on the list that it could possibly be. Detective Luke Atme. He's the only one who could have done it. He's Detective Luke Atme? You mean, Mask to Mask did it? Your Honor, the person being tried in the court next to us is not Mask to Mask at all. He is, in actuality, the true murderer of Kane Bullard. Order! Order! Mr. Wright, explain yourself. I know they love puns in this series, Finn, so yes, the detective's name is Luke Atme. Look at me. Like I said, they love puns. Oh my god, do they love puns. It was Sergeant Ketchup in the larder with the bechamel sauce. I had my suspicions, Janenin. And it's all adding up now. Theft and murder. Which is the more serious crime? They're not even close. Murder is the more serious crime, of course. It's a capital crime subject to capital punishment. Please remember the trial from yesterday if you would. When Luke Atme confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom. Of course, famous detective was unmasked as mask to mask. Instead of being convicted of murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. That was his true objective all along. To be found guilty? Mask to Mask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lordly Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Mask to Mask was Luke Atme's airtight, watertight, and unassailable alibi. Guilty verdict as an alibi? It's insane, but it adds up. Oh, there was a medicine that he was taking in the last case called Cold Killer X, which is kind of cute. Oh my god, relentlessly, I can't wait till we get to that one. You know, it's almost time. For what? For Luke Atme's verdict. It was a pretty simple trial after all. If we're going to stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Of course. That's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder. Mr. Luke Atme's trial has indeed attracted the attention of the entire city. If we were to intrude, fail to provide adequate proof of his true crime, Mr. Delight would be left with no grounds for appeal. Am I really sure about this? Huh. Bet's only as good when your life's the ante. Mr. Wright, I believe in you. Oh god. We're gonna have to save again, it's getting right down to it. Mr. Delight. So please, I'm begging you. Thanks, but my decision will determine the rest of your life. Can I really risk your life like this? Phoenix. What was that? Don't stray, Phoenix. Your client. Take the path of trust. That voice. Sounds like Mia. Your Honor, the defense requests an immediate recess. Ah, so that's your answer, huh? Very well, I've decided as well. This court will now take a 20-minute recess. Mr. Wright, when we return, please summon Mr. Luke Atme to the stand. Yes, Your Honor. Use the Force, Phoenix. October 14th, 11:58 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 5. Oh god, Winston Payne's the prosecutor? Oh, there's another pun. Winston Payne. Wince in pain. Well, Sir Detective Atme? I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed splendidly. Oh no, Sir Detective Atme. You were the one who... Oh wow, we actually get to see another judge. That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant, Luke Atme. Wait! Don't hand down your verdict yet, please! Well, well, Sir Lawyer, welcome to my courtroom. Who's this hoser, eh? My name is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. And I wish to file an accusation against this man, Luke Atme. Accusation? You accuse Mask to Mask? That man is not Mask to Mask. He's just a ruthless murderer. What? Whew, we got there in time. Holy crap. To be continued. Don't worry, we're gonna continue. He does have the same beard. It is kind of majestic. He called him a hoser. I know. I guess that's how we differentiate the two judges. We've got American judge and Canadian judge. I want more of Canadian judge now. He seems polite. All right, let's go ahead and make another save now, as we move on to the final act of this case. Same judge who just dyed his hair? How is he trying 2 cases at once? October 14th, 12:14 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 4. Why are your American Canadian judges? So, basically, when they translated this game, they also decided that instead of it being set in Japan, it's actually set somewhere in California. So the English versions of the game are canonically set on the West Coast somewhere, which obviously created a huge mess for some translation things, but that's basically what we're doing. They're acting. Life is a play, Roadbug. I like to think so anyway. My sis? I could have sworn I heard Mia's voice. So then, she's still alive, inside your heart. Nicky boy! Oh, Mr. Light. Is it true the detective is the real killer? To be honest, we don't have any definite proof. But he's the only one who could have done it. But wasn't he at Lordly Taylor that night? Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motive. I mean, why does Detective Atme want to kill Kane Bullard? Oops, it's almost time. Better get back to the courtroom. I need to find some solid proof. It's gotta happen sooner rather than later. California has lots of towns like Korean Village. Alright, so they actually have a rather clever explanation for Korean Village. What it is, according to them, according to the translation staff at least, Phoenix Wright, the English version, takes place in an alternate reality that's similar to the alternate reality from the movie Big Hero 6, where the large Japanese rail worker population from the early 1900s, late 1800s, was able to get political power in California, and thus the state of California became a state that had a extremely large and very influential Japanese population, Asian population, I should say, Japanese, Chinese. And that's why the culture in the West Coast of the Phoenix Wright universe has a lot more Asian influences like Korean Village. Which is kind of, a backhack, I think, after they'd already made the decision. But still, I like it. I actually really think that's clever. Yeah, that's what they had to kind of work around, Pumpkin Pie Man, is they'd already made the decision it took place in California for the first game, so they said, look, we couldn't change it. That was the truth. That was what we had to work with, so we had to find a way to go back and justify it now. Honestly, that's not bad. That's not bad. It would be so much easier to set it in Japan. That's one other problem, is that all of the Phoenix Wright games were translated by the same staff, except the first one. The first game was kind of hurriedly translated, and then the regular staff, the dedicated staff, Just kind of inherited the mess that was Phoenix Wright 1. So that's the other reason that they've got going on right there. Groshin, there's only one judge. He's sitting on a rotating platform that spins him whenever a courtroom needs to interrupt the bickering. Oh my god, that's so clever. Vino, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. Official Conduit, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Glad to have you with us. Hamburgers Apollo. They do things differently down in San Fran, literally in the universe of this game, which is pretty cool. Hey, Valkos, good morning. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Now then, this court is back in session. Mr. Luke Atme, please take the stand. Well, well, how do you do, Sir Lawyer? I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly. I couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Not when it would have given you your perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of Mask to Mask. I'm sorry. I'm afraid even the great Luke Atme has no idea what you mean. Of course, I have been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there's no way I don't know what's been going on in here. You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried as Mask to Mask. Indeed. It's truly child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward upon returning their own property to them. Take this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my divine finger, for example. So you continue to insist that you are in fact Mask to Mask? Of course. Very well then, Luke Atme. Let's begin with this simple question. On October 12th at 1 a.m., Kane Bullard was murdered. Where were you at that time? One without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. But don't worry, I will not hold it against you, Sir Judge. Thanks. All right, Mr. Atme. The night of the murder. Speak. If the mask don't fit, you must acquit. Yeah, that nose is incredible, holy crap. Gotcha, Conduit. Well, I hope work's going good for you. I appreciate you stopping in and saying hi. And I hope your work today goes well for you. You're referring to a nice, smooth shift. Things are going well, Valkos. Thanks for asking. I appreciate it. As you wish, Sir Prosecutor. I was stealing the urn as Mask to Mask, just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the camera captured Mask to Mask was the same as the murder. Seems the main point of discussion will be this photo of the crime scene. Everything else up until now was all part of his plan. Has to be a secret to this picture as well. Even the great Mask to Mask cannot be in two places at once. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have a verdict to receive. Unfortunately, Mr. Atme, we still have to do your cross-examination. The fool is too foolish to know he is a fool. I think he's trying to say that you're full of it, Nick. The only thing that's full of it is his alibi. Pulls up his nose like a sock. Oh god, I don't ever want to see that. Please. Sweet justice. We're gonna try. Alright, I gotta blow my nose real quick, chat. Don't go anywhere. I will be right back, I promise. Alright, so once again, let's go ahead and press on everything you said, see if we can find any weaknesses. So this photograph is the proof, correct? Indeed it is. And the man in the photo is certainly wearing a mask. That is why I am called Mask to Mask. But conveniently, that also means that there's no way to tell who this really is. Oh, what do you mean? Huh. Are you saying that this is not, in fact, Luke at me? That it could be an accomplice dressed up as Mask to Mask to create an alibi? Oh, what an interesting idea! Are you saying that I, Lone Wolf Luke, had an accomplice? Luke at me was at KB security during the murder. And the Mask to Mask in this picture has to be a fake. And there really was an accomplice. But right now, I have no idea who it is. I don't have any idea right now either. Baseless objections are just what this guy wants. There's got to be another way, and I'm going to find it. Alright, take care of yourself, Saturn. Thanks for hanging around. Hope you have a good rest of your day, and we'll see you around. Let's see, LTG, you're still on Soul Hackers. Hit the entire party for 600 and heals. Oh my god. So are you going to have to go back and grind a little bit? Because that sounds like a nightmare. Shade to Shane. I like it. I like it. I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point? That's right. That was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. You sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean you sent out the card after you began your security watch, right? Indeed. There's no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. I see. Truly are evil, aren't you? Yes, evil is what I am. Hey, Nick, is there something odd about this? Detective Happy was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the item was stolen from Lordly Taylor while he was the only one watching it, he'd have no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona. You know, that's true. That is kind of odd. That's true. We mentioned that way back at the beginning. Isn't it weird he let him go? So by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here. Is that correct? Indeed it is. That is it. The very thing that proves I committed the crime. The very thing proves you committed the crime. When you think about it, it's really odd. You say it almost as if you had this picture taken on purpose. He was simply caught by the very camera that he'd set up. We all have days like that. Indeed. Turns out that there was no such thing as the perfect crime after all. Life is truly an ironic thing. A sad blue melody. Looks like I'd better gather more information for now. If he's truly the killer, there's gotta be something phony in that photo. Sabata, welcome in. At me such a smarmy arse he is. I hate that guy. Is there any chance your username is a reference to Boktai? Because that'd be amazing. Hey, Sulfur, welcome in. How are you doing today, Sulfur? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, he's definitely going for the hard sell, and when you go a little bit too hard, that's when you leave yourself a little bit open. Indeed it is. Oh, that's awesome, Sabata. We actually played the first and part of the second Boktai game on stream. I love the original Boktai. It's so good. About the camera that took this photograph. Oh, come now. It's all too clear what you're thinking. Huh? You think I altered the timestamp on the photograph, don't you? I'm afraid that's impossible. The camera was set up by Lordly Taylor, and on top of that, it was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed the picture's data. Unfortunately for the defense, there's no way that picture could have been altered. I see. Looks like I'd better find something else that could be suspicious. So this alibi is false? It has to be, or he couldn't have killed Mr. Bullard at KB Security. But I'm not really spotting anything unusual. There are two possibilities. Either the mask demasking the photo is a fake, or the photo itself is. I've got some ideas, but we need to pin it down. Let's see, so far you're doing well, been playing a lot of MTG. Oh nice, congratulations. What kind of deck are you playing these days? Oh, it's been going good over here. I'm enjoying this game. Alright, let's take a look at the evidence. Let's see what we got in here. So there could be something wrong with this. It's possible. What else is there? So we got the camera data. Warehouse camera went off once at around 1 a.m. on the night of the crime. Alright, so we know that. There's the photo. You know, I think I do see something wrong with that photo. It's a bit of a long shot, but there is something there. As always, the badge is the key piece of evidence, as always. Well, I'm gonna save, because I'm not 100% sure where to go with this. I got an idea. Playing some EDH, bringing some Oathbringer decks. Oh, nice, nice. How are they liking it so far? Let's see. Let me try presenting something right here. Nope, that's wrong. Dang it. Alright, let me check out the evidence again. I think I might be on the right track here. I just gotta figure out how to present it. See, none of that is gonna be relevant right now. See if we can present this. No, that's not right either. Let's see here. Let's see, so the photo in the stockroom says about 2 minutes, minute or two before 1. It says around 1, so I assume that's being correct. The only one is to finish their decks physically, so we haven't got any Oathbreaker games yet. Alright, good deal. Nice, nice. Alright, let's take a look at the statements again. Alright, let's try here. No, that's not it either. Dang it. Let's see. Been a while since I played this one. Yeah, this is my first time through. So, definitely a bit challenging. What else we got? Let's try this. I think we might have to reload our last save. But, we'll see. No, that's not it either. This one's a tough one. Yeah, I think we're probably going to end up reloading our save, but that's okay. Actually, let's go ahead and do that now since we're almost dead here. Load. I believe this is our most recent one, right? Yeah, it's our most recent one. There we go. Alright. Alright, so let me go back to... Let me press on these again and remind myself what he said. So he says the photo is proof. He mentioned there's no way to tell that it really is. Must have come over with a raid in my sleep. Well, welcome in, Sophie. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good weekend so far. Hope you had a good sleep, too. Standard strict save, try everything. Sometimes it's the only way to get through, really. Ooh, well, good luck, Sulfur. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we don't have a name for an accomplice yet. We don't. The strongest weapon in the True Detective's arsenal. It works! It works! Alright. Alright, so that must be what we need to press on right there. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. Alright. So... let's present... No, that's not gonna work. Or should I make it a Tree Folk Tribal deck? Nice, nice. Bro, oh my god. Basically. Okay, we tried presenting the calling card here, I believe. That's all about the murder. So did we present the calling card here? I think we did. I believe so. Are you sure that's all the evidence you have? I'm not sure. This is tough. This is really challenging. Yeah, what are we supposed to do here is the question. Really tough. Alright, let's go through and press everything again. Make sure we didn't miss anything. Alright, we already did that one. Got the calling card, right. We heard that. Alright, so we just heard that. And we'll press on this one again. Hey, Doc Belvin, welcome in. How are you doing today? Come on, think long and hard about that night. The basement warehouse and this picture that supposedly captures it. It's gotta be here. Is there something funny about this picture? There is. Are you implying that this picture is a fake? You bet I am. There's definitely something strange about that picture. We took a look around the basement warehouse that night before the theft took place. And there's something in the photo that doesn't match my memory of that night. Very well then, let's hear what you have to say. What about the photograph do we find funny is the question here. When in doubt, present the badge. That is usually the fail safe right there. That seems to work every single time. But I believe it's right here, because you remember originally the big gold statue was right over here, and now it's not. The funny part is right here. Why, this is a blood stain! Ah, blood! Now this case is getting interesting. Not exactly. The stain is actually pink paint. Oh, just paint. Peach colored at that. Blood to peaches. Judge sure loves going on his wild tangents. The problem with this photograph is not the paint. The problem is, when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse, turns out that something that should be there is nowhere to be seen. Well, Mr. Wright? What is supposed to be in this picture instead of the paint stains? The supervisor of the treasure exhibit stated the following. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. I realized the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I myself was there the night the theft took place, and saw the statue in that spot. If this picture was truly taken on that night, then that statue should have been there. When I got there the day after the theft, that statue in the old bag was sitting in the corner. Perhaps it was somehow pushed there accidentally? Your Honor, this statue is slightly larger than yourself and quite heavy. It would take more than an accidental push to move that distance. Huh. In that case, can you prove it? Can you give us the rhyme and reason as to why the statues moved that night? Can you do it, Nick? I don't know that I can, actually. I'm not 100% sure. Never mind who moved it. The real question is, why did they move it? Well, Mr. Wright, I hope you're prepared with your answer. Now then, who was the one that moved the golden statue on the night of the crime? Old Bag, oh god, please not Old Bag. That is the color of Danganronpa blood, it's true, which is amazing, and I don't think it's a callback to it, unfortunately, but that would be amazing. That would be incredible. So, I mean, there's only one person that could have possibly moved the statue. This is complicated, but I still think we're not completely off base here. This isn't great, but I think we're getting somewhere. The one who moved the statue is none other than Luke Atme. Come now, Sir Lawyer. There you go again on one of your strange delusions. Mr. Wright, what basis do you have for your strange delusions? Very simple. The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. It is indeed very simple. However, why would I want to move a heavy golden statue? The reason for moving the golden statue. Here's where our battle really begins. Well, Mr. Wright, what reason did the witness have to move that statue? I'm gonna make one more save here. The reason can be found here in this photograph. Look at me. You pretended to be mask to mask. To create an alibi by showing you were at Lordly Taylor that night. But this photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would have been exposed like cheap film at a drugstore. That's why you had to move the statue. Single fatal flaw? Interesting theory. Please enlighten us. Just where in the picture does the lie exist? The lie is mask to mask. Are you saying that this mask to mask is fake? Huh. You know, I really wish you'd start acting more responsibly. Huh? The current question is, why was the golden statue moved? So what possible connection could there be with mask to mask's identity? Oh, buggers. Your face has "oh buggers" written all over it. That's a penalty for you. Dang it. I was thinking of something different. I wasn't thinking of mask to mask, but alright, we'll go somewhere else. That's fine. That's fine. I like that they added an alternate line for that too. That was pretty cute. Oh my goodness. Well, there is one other thing I noticed, and I wasn't sure when to bring this up, but this might be the time to get around to it. That's right up here. Naturally, the lie in this photo is the timestamp. What do you mean? I'll tell you exactly what I mean. On the night in question, Luke Atme went to KB Security and murdered Kane Bullard. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been impossible for him to be at Lordly Taylor at this time. Well, what does that have to do with the statue being moved? Remember, if you will, Your Honor. When was the statue placed beside the warehouse door? Well, the statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime, and it was placed there in order to cover up the paint. Exactly. Luke Atme had already decided on the time when he was going to kill the victim. And so, in order to create an alibi for that time, he took this picture days before the murder took place. What the? Of course, the statue hadn't been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. Ah. So, on the day of the crime, Mr. Atme must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. Why? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there had been brought down and placed where it wasn't supposed to be. And that is why Luke Atme had to move the statue on the night of the murder. He did it to make the room match with the way it had been in the photo. Oh, we're getting to him. Order! Order! Mr. Atme, is this true? One moment, Your Honor. Have you forgotten this? What's that? The data for the basement warehouse computer. According to this, the camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime. It's true that the camera had been set up by the Lordly Taylor staff. However, the program used to manage that data was yours. That alone would have allowed you to tamper with the data. Order! Order! Mr. Godot, what is the meaning of this? dough! I warned you about making me wait, now put that coffee down! My 11th cup. I promised to drink no more than 17 during a trial, which means I'm still good to the last drop. However, the defense has a very good point. A good point? So what? We're all but travelers on a road of infinite points. I think he's got his points mixed up with his other points. So you say this photograph was taken ahead of time, and the statue is moved in order to make it match. That's a very interesting idea. However, there's one point that can't be denied. Which is that it's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of maybe can never reach their dreams. That's very true. No way, don't fall for that, Your Honor. Hey, Mr. Damask. Yes? If there's no funny business in your actions as mask to mask, there should be no problem with you telling us your strategy. So let's hear it. Yes, please provide this court with your testimony about your plan to steal the sacred urn. Alright, I guess we'll move on to that then. How is absolutely everybody in their cat constant immediate access to the evidence? I have no idea how that works in this game. I hope it's decaf, otherwise I'm a little concerned for his health. Like that episode of Futurama Gamaguma with 100 cups of coffee. I first received a request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. The urn was placed in a box, and Zvari, it was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. It's pretty much all stuff we've heard before, isn't it? Yeah, but we'll find the truth hidden in the nuggets of new information he gave. Witness, you're sure there are no mistakes this time? Zvari. Very well then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Yeah, chain of custody doesn't seem to be a thing in the Phoenix Wright games, it really doesn't. Pepsi Man, oh my god. You were asked to guard the urn by Miss Adrian Andrews, is that right? Indeed. It seemed that they had heard of my sparkling reputation. I see Miss Andrews is still attracting the weirdos. Better watch out too, Maya. It's very loosely based on the Japanese laws. I mean, there's a lot in here that just doesn't make a lot of sense. But it is more based on Japanese legal system than the American one. That much is true. All right. Do you mean this box? Yes, that pathetic box. Lady Andrews was especially taken with that urn. And she wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom, not even me. Huh. Interesting new tidbit. 99% conviction rate, it's true. It's true. But that's because partially because at least the legal system is a little more, is weighted a little differently than ours, too. So you're sure that you had never seen the urn before? Indeed. You may ask Lady Andrews to confirm for yourself. My security was focused entirely on the entrance to that warehouse. However, I, Luke Atney, let no information whatsoever slip through my fingers. Yeah, basically, Doc Melvin, which is super weird. Alright. You mean this calling card? That's right. That is, without a doubt, my calling card. Guess Mr. Delight didn't make this after all. Of course, because Atme knew all about the emblem. Making this card authentic would have been child's play for him. I know, I'm still worried that Old Bag's gonna ambush me any second now. So then no one entered the basement warehouse. Unfortunately, there were many different treasures being taken there. Thus, for a period of approximately 5 days, people were indeed going in and out of the warehouse. Surprise Old Bag appearance, please no! Relentlessly to each their own. I still wouldn't want it happening in court, though. Old Bag is forever. I don't think she's ever gonna die. That lady will outlast us all. Old Bag is the only constant. They say the only things that survive a nuclear apocalypse are cockroaches and Old Bag. And this is the photo that proves that, huh? Indeed, to be honest, even if a photo were taken, I didn't think it would matter terribly much. Hey Nick, if this photo is a fake, Detective Atme might have stolen the urn whenever this was taken. It's true. You know, he's been saying that he never saw the urn until that night. If we can prove that he's lying there, we can wrap this up and put a bow on it. We need to take a good hard look at the court record. Not a lot to go on, is there? The detective's been covering his tracks. There's only one thing we need to prove in this cross-examination. That he took this photo well before the actual night of the crime. Alright then, how do we do that? There's one thing that Atme stated very clearly. That he had never seen the urn before he stole it. We need to prove that he's lying. And I think I know exactly how to do that. Let's see, there's a couple of ways that we might be able to do this. I'm not sure how the game wants me to do it. Let's save here. See what we can do. I like that line, Sabata. It's very good. I could only both get Luke and Ron to get the death penalty, but how? And is there any way we could get Larry in there too? That'd be nice. Take care of all of our problems in one fell swoop. Yes, the Emperor. Great minds. Great minds. Mr. Atme, if you really are Mask to Mask, then you also wrote this calling card, correct? But of course. Is there a problem with that calling card? Allow me to read a passage from the calling card that Mask to Mask had written. Take good care of the speckled urn. Now, the speckled here surely refers to this pink pattern on the sacred urn. Yes, that is true, but so what? Truth be told, there's no way that Mask to Mask could have known about this pattern. Oh, what do you mean? This pink spotted pattern on the urn? Actually nothing more than paint stains. Paint stains? And these stains did not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor. I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Trite. The day that sacred urn was taken to the warehouse, the urn was broken due to human error, or should I say an error-prone human. And that's when the pink paint got on the urn. You can't be serious. And yet this calling card clearly mentions the paint pattern. Which means Detective Atme had seen this urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, he saw it when this fake photo was taken. And because this photo is a fake, your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water. You're right about that, Groshin. I think what I meant about weight is, like, basically in the United States, when somebody's arrested, it's because there's a reasonable suspicion. Whereas in Japan, if you go to trial, it's because they've already done enough investigation that they're 99% sure you actually did it. There is some rustic parts, and it's not entirely fair. You are correct, but no worries, no worries. Yeah, Godot's got the smoke coming out right there. Iced coffee might be nice in the summertime. This is true. Rin, oh my god. No, I don't think I have seen that, Rex says. I want to check that out. Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself? All right, that did it. He's broken. Nick? I think it's still a little early for a victory pose. Huh? Huh. So sad. No one has any conviction these days. Conviction, you say? Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man was masked to mask. And now, we're calling him a murderer. You don't think we're being a tad fickle? That's a good point. No way! Don't fall for that too, Your Honor. You say that Luke Atme was the one who killed Kane Bullard? Then let me ask you this. Why would he do that? An excellent point. Motive, Mr. Wright, motive. Might you, my merry murderous motive manifest? Nick, he's getting a second wind. He prepared an alibi and pinned his crime on Ron Delight, as you say. He must have had a very strong motive for murder. The only one with any motive we've seen is Ron Delight. Isn't that right, Detective? Indeed. According to my own research, the boy's motive is clear. Out of motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in a murder case. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us as to what the defendant's motives were? I'm not really sure. I've got some guesses, but they're pretty weak at this point. Time for a bank heist? Oh my god. Alright, Rex says, I'm gonna have to look into that. That sounds fantastic. Alright. I'd be honored to, sir, old-timer. Doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious. Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our only chance. Luke Atme, had no points of contact with the victim whatsoever. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Mask to Mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is Mask to Mask. That is why Mr. Delight sought fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy. So the victim, Kane Bullard, blackmailed the defendant? This is the blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. Handwritten test confirms that Mr. Bullard was indeed the one who wrote the letter. What? Alright, that throws me off. If it was actually written by Bullard, God, how is that even possible? I had some theories that hurts them very badly. Very well, Mr. Wright. Begin your cross-examination. Hang on, I need to look at the note again. Because there is something in the note that I need to bring up later, and now I'm not quite sure about it. Alright, so we'll work through it first, and then we'll see what we gotta do from here. And who in the world is gonna prove that? I will. After doing a thorough background check of Detective Atme and Kane Bullard, we were unable to find any links between them. It's all in the report. Perhaps they were connected through their work? They were both involved in security. Nope. That was blunt. In any case, the only one with a motive was Mr. Delight. Alright, Kane Bullard decided to investigate Mask to Mask and simply mistook who he was. Mistook? Oops. That's right, mistook. From the Old Norse mistaka, meaning to take an error. That wasn't what I meant. Just who did the victim mistake Mask to Mask to be? Why, the answer is obvious. Ron Delight, of course. Well, I'd like to wipe that smug look off this guy's face. Why would the victim mistake the defendant for Mask to Mask? Don't you already know that? Zvari, take a look at this newspaper. Oh, that's the famous Tear of Emanon, a magnificent jewel. That photo shows a magnificent detective as well, does it not? Furthermore, it also shows an ugly guard, namely the defendant. The defendant? The victim clearly misread this article and Zvari got the wrong impression. The impression that ugly security guard was in fact Mask to Mask. I see. That was an unusually reasonable deduction. Oh! Alright, I think I just put it together. Oh shit, I just put it together. Yeah, definitely. Alright, I'm not sure how to press it yet, but I know exactly what's going on here. So it was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. You mean this blackmail letter right here? Okay. It says bring $50,000. The handwriting is, without a doubt, the victim's? There's no mistake. We have an official report to prove it. But I don't see an address on this letter anywhere. Addressee? This letter was discovered in Ron Delight's apartment, and Mr. Delight did show up at the designated place and time. The fact that there's no addressee is irrelevant. I wonder... What's up, Nick? I just had a thought. What if that blackmail letter wasn't meant for Mr. Delight? Now he's getting what I'm thinking. Wow! Do you have any evidence of that? For some reason, I just can't shake the feeling that there's something not quite right about this blackmail letter. Well, everyone, are you quite satisfied? Alright, so that's this one. I'm going to press on everything else first, and then we're going to head back to that one. What do you mean by that? Oh my, I was certain you were already aware. Zvari! KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. And since I was a security team chief, I stole data from the company. Kane Bullard had yet to forgive young Mr. Delight, which is why he sent him that letter upon mistakenly believing he was the thief. Here is the file that we discovered in Mr. Bullard's office. Evidence that Mr. Bullard was receiving money through blackmail. However, isn't this a bit odd? Why did the defendant pay Mr. Bullard the money, even though he wasn't actually Mask to Mask? On that point, there was an unfortunate bit of chance. Do you really think that story's gonna hold up? That assertion is not merely my own, I'm afraid. What do you mean? I have here a memo from Ron Delight's wife, Desiree Delight. Ooh, new evidence. Ronnie thinks he's Mask to Mask. Don't you feel sorry for him? Please don't think too badly of him. Well, Mr. Trite. Ah, was he trying to act like Mrs. Delight just right now? I thought he was actually pretty convincing. All right. That's just your imagination talking. Come now, Sir Lawyer. I'm afraid imagination isn't the right word for it. This is a deduction, the result of carefully applied reasoning. We hear that careful reasoning for ourselves. It's a long story, and better saved for another time. Very well, another time. So-called long stories aren't usually all that long. At least not in my experience. Yeah, they just surprise with evidence all the time. It's ridiculous. You're gonna try to connect Detective Atme to Mr. Bullard, right? Yeah, that's right. Hopefully it won't require surgery either. In that case, now let's talk about the blackmail. That's true. Is the blackmail letter really intended for Ron? No. Since we don't have enough information, you should press him for more testimony. Maybe I'll be able to shake some contradictions loose that way. Alright, so, let me save again, and then I'm going to try and do something. Maybe hear your logic? No. Fair enough. Ridiculous. Mind if I ask you a few questions, Detective Atme? Well, if it's just a few, I guess it's alright. When you said that this letter was addressed to Ron Delight, I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction. Contradiction? I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off saying things like that. You're one to talk! Times like these, men are made to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you show us what you've got there, Junior? Indeed, time to man up, Mr. Wright. Show us the contradicting evidence in the contents of the blackmail letter. Let's see, where do I find this? I know what I need to prove, I just need to figure out how to prove it is all. One up there. Not that. Is it profiles, maybe? I know what we need to do, I'm just not sure how to press it here is the tricky part. I guess maybe we could go about it kind of a roundabout way, I suppose, if we were to go to... Yeah, I think that's what we gotta do. I was trying to prove something specific, but maybe we can kind of work around it and zoom in, I think. I think that's what we gotta do here. Take a good look at this newspaper clipping. It contains a picture of the tear of Emanon, the stolen jewel. Oh, what about it? The problem is this jewel's color. Color? I'm not much for discussing color myself. According to the clipping, the color of the stolen jewel was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel is mentioned. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day. Red? Which means the red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the tear of Emanon that Mass Damas stole at all. And your point is, Mr. Trite? So you're trying to say the blackmail letter was intended for someone else. That what you're trying to say, right? Trite? That is what you're trying to say, right, Mr. Wright? Well, that is what you're trying to say, right, Nick? Yes. This is who Kane Bullard was actually blackmailing. Here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Naturally, it was you, Detective Atme. Do you have some sort of basis for that claim? You've been personally involved in every single mask-to-mask case. And in the last case, you recovered what was stolen and received a jewel as your reward. A jewel? Probably the one wrapped conspicuously around your finger. That red diamond ring. That is the diamond referred to in the letter. Which means that Kane Bullard wrote that letter in order to blackmail you. Order in the court. Order, I said. Seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Trite. Uh-oh. I don't like the way he said that. Kane Bullard blackmailing Luke Atme. Are you for real? Yes, I am. Nick, come on, say it up to him. Then answer me this. The blackmail letter contains the following passage. If you don't want your identity revealed to the world. Yes, it certainly does. Kane Bullard threatened to make Luke Atme's identity public knowledge. An identity you wanted to keep a secret. So, just what was that identity? Atme killed Kane Bullard because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret? This is what it all comes down to, Nick. Alright, the identity that Luke Atme wanted so desperately to keep secret was his identity as... Oh god, this is really coming down to it now. This is it. This is it. Oh my god. That identity is... Not an ace detective, everybody knew that. Not mask to mask, because he wasn't really him. So I think... Luke Atme was a blackmailer.
Objection!
Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? Groshin, I kind of feel like the judge is supposed to be like a Greek chorus, if you will, I think. And yeah, we found motive, so we're making progress right here. Yeah, always dress low-key, especially in court. Just wear a suit. That's it. Just wear a suit. You said that Kane Bullard was the one blackmailing Luke Atme. Are you saying that Atme was blackmailing someone else on top of that? You have to admit that does sound a little odd. It's not odd. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atme. But Ron Delight was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. So, did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Emanon heist. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans. Detailed plans? In which case, that would mean that Ron Delight was actually masked to mask. That's what we're claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. Delight steal his targets for him. And that someone was none other than Luke Atme. Shh! Silence! Now I see. It's all becoming clear. What is? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless, with the tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong? How do you know? You say that I, Luke Atme, was blackmailing Ron Delight? In which case, I would naturally know all about his relation to Damask. Well, yes. Ron Delight started receiving plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed that first crime. Good point. Certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise. In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence. During the first crime, how did Luke Atme know that Ron Delight was Mask to Mask? Because he's an idiot? Did we get any testimony to that effect? I know he talked about the first crime. Let's see, there's his testimony. God, how do we prove this? How do we go to prove this? I mean, literally the only thing we've got is the newspaper clippings, so I don't think that actually has the evidence we need, but I think that might get us talking at least. Worn out slacks and flip-flops it is. Oh my god, don't wear that to court, caution. Cafe Claire, welcome in. I wouldn't recommend that either. I don't think the judge will like that too much. Rin, that kills me when he does this. Why? What kills you about it? I think I see it. See what? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Gets into lots of mischief trying to be the center of attention. What do you mean? This newspaper clipping. It has a picture of you and Ron Delight in his guard uniform. Seems that Mask to Mask didn't just disappear into thin air. Fair enough, Rin, fair enough. He just took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket. That sounds far too stupid to be true. Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone an ace detective. And that's when you figured it out, Mr. Atme. That's when you learned that under his mask, Mask to Mask is really Ron. What the? Wasn't he supposed to be Mask to Mask? Not only that, it looks like he wasn't even an ace detective. I can't believe it. He was just a slimy blackmailer. What a fraud, trying to pass himself off as ace detective. Why, you? How dare you expose me like that? Why, I mean, I've never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm a famous and proud ace detective, and I'm also Mask to Mask. Why can't you understand that? I'm afraid you're neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity. Why, you? How dare you even imply that one's... Oh my god. And now he's doing Wendy Oldbag rambling. Oh my god. It's enough to make one laugh. I love that there's, as a thief or a murderer, it's like, well, I'm sure there's reason, but blackmail? What a fucking asshole. Phoenix Wright logic, I suppose. It would seem we finally arrived at the real answer. That was quite a performance by Mr. Atme. Bailiff, please prepare a cell for Mr. Atme. The hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim. What do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling. Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge. You don't get much more in your face than that. It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Trite. What do you... It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke Atme was a filthy blackmailer, and that he wasn't at Lordly Taylor the night of the murder. That's right! That's why he's the one who killed Mr. Bull. But there's still one thing you have yet to prove. What's that? Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can't prove that this pitiful excuse for a man was at KB Security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered. No way! Order in the court. Well, Mr. Wright, this is it. This is the final round. I gotta prove that Atme was at Mr. Bullard's office on that night. Alright, we're gonna have to save again, because oh my god, it's getting close. He's related to Old Bag. Oh. Yeah, the judge literally has that in his title. What is he talking about? I don't think anyone in Phoenix Wright has ever pled insanity, because the thing is, insanity is still a guilty plea, I think. If I'm remembering that correctly, correct me if I'm wrong. So they don't usually do that, because it's usually very black and white in these cases. Oh my god, it's gotta be like 100 times Orbital Beetle. And how are you doing today, Orbital Beetle? Hope you're doing well. Guilty by reason of mental defect or insanity. Right, so basically you're saying I'm guilty, but it wasn't completely my fault, so I should get a lesser sentence is what you're doing there. It's the final countdown. but can you really prove that? That's long enough. Mr. Trite, I want to hear your answer. That night, Luke Atme was at KB Security, and the defense can prove it. With evidence. Are you sure? Ha! Don't you worry, I'll watch over you as you break down and fall to pieces. Very well then, let's see this proof. Proof that Luke Atme was at KB Security that night. Alright. Alright, how are we gonna prove this? Oh, alright, how are we gonna prove this? How do we prove it was him specifically there, is the question. I've got a couple things we could try. DL6? Oh god. Gamagumo, you got an idea? What are you thinking, Gamagumo? Like I said, I've got an idea, but it's kind of weak. So I'd love to hear what you're thinking for this one. Have you tried showing them the badge? Oh my god. At this point, they will burn me to the ground. They have security cameras, but as far as I can understand, they don't appear to have tapes. So, like, there were cameras pointed at the room where the murder took place, but there wasn't a guy actively watching them, and they don't appear to have any way to go back to that moment, which is absolutely insane. What was the murder weapon? You know, we never actually found what the murder weapon was. They never actually determined what the murder weapon was. No. Hang on. Hang on a second. Tapes are expensive and they were losing money because of mask to mask. Tapes are not expensive. Yeah, they don't, I guess they don't record. So there was a camera in the room where the murder took place, just no tapes. Well, it's crazy, but let's try it. This is the proof. It's true. That is very important. However, I'm not so foolish as to think that'll pass for evidence here. Mr. Wright, it's time you learn the true flavor of life. The flavor of my special Godot blend number 49. Well, Mr. Wright, it's bitter. Very bitter. Nope. So I still think you might be onto something, but that's not what we need to do right now. I've got another idea. Or maybe we say that we can't prove it. That's possible too. It could be that we have to say we don't have proof. Because I don't think we have concrete proof yet. Like, we've got some things that, like, really seem to point towards it, but it's all circumstantial. He did just assault him in court, but, you know, in Phoenix Wright 2, Francesca von Karma literally whipped him, and the judge didn't say a thing about it. Also literally whipped the judge. Alright, let's say we can't prove it right now, because I don't know that we can concretely prove it. I can't prove it. Just as I thought. But if we hear more of Detective Atmey's testimony... Objection. Unfortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Wright. What do you mean? I won't allow for any more testimony. That's what I mean. What? Have you forgotten? Luke Atmey is here after we interrupted his own trial. And you have failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial and face his guilty verdict as mask to mask. No! Well now, Sir Lawyer, seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as mask to mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron Delights will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. Order in the court! That's enough deliberation over this witness. I can't believe this. At this rate, Ron is... Don't give up now, Nick. We still have tomorrow. We can look for more evidence and... By then it'll be too late. Huh? Why? Double jeopardy. One of the basic rules of any court of law. Double jeopardy? Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, that defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. This is the fundamental rule of all courts. And it applies to this witness as much as it applies to anyone else. Mr. Atmey will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty as mask to mask, which means he'll be innocent as far as the murder of Kane Bullard is concerned. No way! The fact that you were unable to prove Mr. Atmey's guilt of the crime here means that he will never again be tried as Kane Bullard's murderer. I got a smudge in my glasses there. Yeah, and yet perjury never gets brought in, which is maddening. So yeah, we're under the gun right here. Now there's nothing I can possibly do to win. Even if Ron is proclaimed to be innocent, the real killer, Luke Atmey, will go free. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. As long as there is no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare that there will be no further questioning of this witness. Are there any objections? And I hereby end the cross-examination of Luke Atmey. I think I see it. Your Honor, when you were a child, this is what was on your report card every year. Has poor hearing and often makes mistakes as a result. How did you? Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. That voice! No way! Long time no see, Phoenix. Mia! This is the power of the Korean channeling technique. I know that it's really Maya who's standing before me, but right now she's my mentor, Mia Fey. Now, let's do this. But there's nothing more we can do, Mia! Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine. Not yet. Testimony's not over yet. What do you mean? Your Honor, just now you said something very interesting. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. Yes, that's true, but... Unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, this witness made a number of remarks. Well now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the Ace Detective as well as Mask to Mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron Delights will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my Ace Detectiveness. Yes, but those comments appear to have no importance whatsoever. Very well, then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defense, assert our right to question them. Is that all right with you, prosecutor? Is something the matter, Mr. Godot? Ah, nothing. Oh, Sir Lawyer, it looks like you're one step too late. If you think such falsehoods will do anything to me, Lucat... Let's hear it. Huh? It's true that the witness made some remarks. So then, let's hear this last bit of cross-examination. Mr. Godot, what are you... Very well then, Mr. Look at me. I'm going to allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks. The defense would like to hear why you declared the defendant to be the true murderer. So please, give us one last bit of testimony. Phoenix, this is it. It's our absolute last chance. Yes, Chief. He does have poor hearing, though. It's true. October is going to be a fantastic month, LTG. What are you most looking forward to? I'm curious. Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. And thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And then the blackmail letter, the victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. Zvari. Therefore, all the evidence points to the poor boy. His testimony actually seems to hold up pretty well. The witness's earlier remarks do not appear to have been hastily prepared. All of his points have been explained. None of them seem to contradict anything. But of course. What? How did you know about the emergency buzzer? The police investigation documents went directly through me. And I always look over all the documents. It's elementary, Sir Lawyer. Are you going to make even more trouble for us now, Sir Lawyer? I will not allow any of your usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. We cannot postpone Luke Atby's trial any longer. This is your last chance. Hang on a second, just one chance? Ah, seems that the party is about to begin. Well, Phoenix, there isn't any evidence that contradicts with that testimony. So it would seem. Oh, what do you mean, so it would seem? Listen, Phoenix, pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. Can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it. Cup number 17. The last cup. Seems like the time has come to put an end to this trial. I have to find a fatal contradiction in this testimony. We are gonna save. There we go. And I need to point it out without presenting evidence. Which means all I can do is find the contradictory remark and press it. Remember, you only get one chance. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination. Alright, one chance. Oh my god. So he was not at Lordly Taylor. That's true. He wasn't at Lordly Taylor that night. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. That's bullshit, but I don't know that I can prove it. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph ready. I mean, he would have known about the date beforehand, so yeah, that makes sense. His brilliant deduction was what informed him that the true culprit was Ron Delight. I'll come back to that one. And thanks to the key card and wallet, it was abundantly clear he was there. I'd say how would he know about that, but I don't think he knew about it in advance. So I think he's talking about what he knows now. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask and mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. Now see, this is just bullshit right there. Let's take a look at the evidence. Let's run through everything right here. Take one last look at everything that might be relevant here. Oh, Mask to Mask does wear gloves, so that much is true at least. Buzzer did only go off once, that's true. Ooh, this one's hard. This one is hard. Charge him with having a punchable face and carry out the sentence right there. Oh, I would love to. Oh, I would really love to. Let's see. Fire agent, welcome in. You got a hint? What are you thinking? What are you thinking right here? Because this is tough. So I have to find a statement that's contradictory on its own. That is a hell of a word right there, Rin. I don't think I'm familiar with that one before. Yeah, basically. Your Honor, all of that. It's all bullshit. And also, he's an asshole. Alright, so... said something he couldn't have known. Remember, he already explained how he knew about the button. I think I see what you're getting at. Hang on a second. Oh, boy, I've heard about that word before. I didn't recognize the word itself. That is a beautiful word, though. I think I just figured it out. And the answer has to do with something that Gumshoe said a long time ago, I think. Alright, I think this is it then. It's a little hard to tell where exactly I need to press, but I think this might be it. And Shannon, thank you for the posture check. I appreciate that. Alright. Yeah, it's definitely getting tense, so I can use a little quick stretch. Oh my god. Ooh, this has been a really tough case. It really has been. Ooh, there we go. Alright. Let's try this then. Let's try this. Mr. Atme, about this last remark.
Objection!
You still don't get it, do you, Trite? This isn't the time to be pressing the witness on every little statement. What? I said this before. There's still one thing you haven't proven. That this scum was in Kane Bullard's office that night. And now, it's time for me to drink my last cup. Mr. Wright, I will hold you to your end of the bargain. Oh, I guess that wasn't it. Well, shit, I guess that wasn't the right statement. I still think I'm on the right track. But that wasn't the right statement to press exactly. Like I said, I still think I'm in the right neighborhood, so hang on a sec. Let's try this again. I'm close. I'm close. Alright. Let's take another look. Alright, so let's skip through. Well, I'm thinking here, I'm thinking. Hang on, I'm trying to remember precisely here. I think it might be this one, hang on. Nope, nope, that is not it either, dang it. Nope, oh it is! I'm afraid you're the one who still doesn't get it, Mr. Godot. Alright, this one is the razor's edge right here. I know what they're going for, but oh my god, is it a close thing. Mr. Atme, it seems you finally admitted that you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder. How can you say that? That is an incredibly nasty trick, oh my god. Let's review your testimony, shall we, Mr. Atme? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit. Is that correct? Indeed, that's what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof. More like your deductions prove you're a fool. I'm sorry, whatever do you mean? For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty. When exactly did we learn the fact that Ron Delight was dressed as mask to mask when he went to the scene of the crime? That was, it was just a few hours ago. Back when my sixth cup was looking at me with a cold stare. Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? I'm sorry. I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. That's right. The defendant had yet to tell anyone else this fact before this morning. Therefore, the only people who should know this are those who have been watching this trial. Do you understand now, Detective Atney? There is no way that you should have known about that. You were in the next courtroom being tried as mask to mask. So then, enlighten us. Just how did you know about that piece of information? Well? Come on. This detective must have known about it. He probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand. And it's those chances that I want to discuss next. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit. There is one and only one way for Detective Atney to have found that out. Only one way, you say? Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. For a second, my client witnessed the real killer. But Mr. Delight never saw his attacker, so there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was Luke Atney. It's with that statement that I'll turn this case on its head. What are you implying? Mr. Delight saw the real killer, correct? Now, if you turn that statement around, it stands to reason that the real killer had also seen Ron Delight. Possible. Detective Atney, you saw Mask to Mask at the murder scene that night. You saw him when he killed Kane Bullard and assaulted Ron Delight. That was the only way you could have known what Ron was wearing. Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. That's the same line you gave yesterday. But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time. What an awfully complicated incident. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atney, who was in turn blackmailing Ron Delight. And upon killing his blackmailer, Luke Atney tried to frame Ron Delight. He then claimed to be guilty as Mask to Mask in order to escape his true crime. And to that end, he came up with this plan. He used the double jeopardy rule in making his alibi. At any rate, it seemed he finally found the truth. Excuse me? I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man. Besmirching him with the title of murderer. Don't ignore me! Oh, I didn't realize you were still there. Why wouldn't he be? About the verdict? I know. You never committed any murder. That's right. I'm so glad you understand that. But I really am Mask to Mask! So, thanks to that trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? What was it you said? Double jeopardy? I didn't mention it. I've been careless. Careless? What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. A defendant can never be tried twice for a crime in which he was once found innocent. Then, Mask to Mask is really innocent? It would seem so. For now. For now? Now then, this court finds the defendant Not guilty. I'll take it. Boy, this is really lucky. Wait, this isn't so good after all. You see, the thing is, I still am mask to mask after all. Yeah, until he does something else stupid, which he is pretty stupid, so it's only a matter of time, I guess. October 14th, 3:35 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 4. You did it, Phoenix. Thanks, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because Maya doesn't call on me much these days. Oh? I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. He couldn't be tried for his previous crimes because yesterday he was declared innocent. So since he was already declared innocent of those crimes, they can't now try him again. Double jeopardy. But on the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of torn these days. You mean about becoming the master of the Korean channeling school? Becoming the master means saying goodbye to our mother. Misty Faye, right? Watch over her, will you, Phoenix? Of course. Well then, see you around. Mia. Ah, Mr. Wright. I don't know what to say. Congratulations, Mr. Delight. Thank you so much. No, wait. Nothing really matters anymore, though, now that all of this has happened. Come on, just be happy already. Maya, you've been cleared of the murder charges and got off as mask to boot. But in exchange, I lost everything. Huh? What do you mean? Stealing security information from KB Security, becoming mask to mask? I did it all for one reason. For her. You mean your wife, Desiree? She hates criminals more than anything. When I think of it, she was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she? She always said how she hated sneaky criminals. I knew that, but once I got fired from KB Security and lost all the money I had, she wouldn't have any reason to stay with me. I thought she would leave me for sure. So that's why you became mask to mask? Yes, but it's all over now. A broken bowl can never be put back together. That's not true, right, Nick? Right. Really? Can we go back to the way things were? You'll be fine, and Nick can prove it. I can? I wish you'd check with me first. Mr. Light, even though a bowl is broken, there's always a way to put it back together. I think I see what we're going for here. Hang on a sec. We cut a bunch of shit. Double fuckery, more like it kind of is. They just do things differently down in San Fran. They do, apparently, I guess. Yeah, this guy's gotten away with a crime he didn't commit and a crime he did commit. He should be more happy now. He really should. Alright, so... Sacred Urn. Desi was the one who found this. Desiree, your wife. She's always believed in you, Ron. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything. Ah, there you are. Miss Delight. You did it, Ronnie. You're innocent. I'm so happy. Thank you. I appreciate that, but, I suppose you don't want anything more to do with me, do you? Ronnie, why didn't you talk to me about what was going on? I had no idea you'd quit KB Security. I never imagined that you were really mask to mask either. Miss Delight, what are you going to do now that you know? You're not really going to leave him, are you? Come on, it's obvious, isn't it? How could I ever let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bike's really fast. So fast there's no way you could ever get away. But didn't you say you hated criminals? Oh, I don't hate people who act all cowardly and sneaky. Like that detective. I see. Why, Ronnie went and declared his crimes before he committed them, like a man. I just love a man who's so chivalrous. Chivalrous? I knew I was right about you. Every day I spend with you is filled with thrills and excitement. Jessie. Desiree, you really do love Ron, don't you? Mickey boy. Yes? I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us. Oh, take care of yourself. You too, Nicky boy. I can feel my face going red. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya, congratulations! Oh, talk about bad timing. Mr. Nick, how could you? With another man's wife in front of Mystic Maya. No, you got it all wrong. I'll never forgive you. Never, ever. And just as the case came to a close, so too did my consciousness. Ron said a broken bowl can never be put back together. But I know that's not true. I mean, just look. Here's a perfect example, one that was put back together even better than before. Except for all the paint stains. All right, and that's episode 2. Whew, brand new episode has been added. Episode 3, Recipe for Turnabout. 9-year-old. But yeah, that 9-year-old absolutely just kicked his ass there. I mean, I'd say it's implausible, except it is Phoenix, so I believe Phoenix could absolutely get his ass kicked by a 9-year-old. Yeah, I know, Gavin Guma. It sounds like she's volunteering to be getaway driver there, which is terrifying. Those two are both terrifying. What the hell? Yeah, that was a hell of an episode. Cake for afternoon tea then? I hope so. I hope so. Whew, jeez. Basically, in anime, the way you get knocked out is if it would be funny for you to be unconscious. That's basically about it. Lost, thank you for being here, and thank you everybody else for being here. I think this is where we're going to wrap up. This seems like an ideal stopping place. So here's what we got coming up. Wesley Wolf, welcome in. How are you doing today? Nice to meet you. So here's what we got coming up. So, next week, I'm unfortunately going to be working overtime on Saturday and Sunday. So I won't be able to stream as normal. And because of that, so we don't split up the cases too badly, next Friday we're going to play something different. We're going to play a one-shot game called Lucifer Within Us. We should be able to start and finish it the same day. And then the week after next, we're going to pick up Phoenix Wright, and from there, we're going to blitz straight through to the end. So I apologize. Just work stuff I got to do. So we'll be pausing this for just 1 week, but then we'll be coming back to it. But like I said, next Friday we got something cool lined up, so I hope you join us for that as well. And as always, thank you so much for being here today. I appreciate the heck out of that. This was a lot of fun. This was really hard, but I appreciate you all being here for it, as always. So as we wrap things up, we do have one last thing to do. So if you can stand to stick around for 1 minute, I would really appreciate it, because before we call it quits today, we still got to see who else is online. So if you aren't done watching Twitch, maybe I can send you somewhere cool. I'd like the chance to do so. So make sure to hit follow if you haven't already. That'll be the quickest way to find me next week or at any point in the future if you'd like to come back. And while I'm looking to see who all is live right now, there are some links to chat you might want to check out if you haven't seen them already. We have a link to my Twitter if you'd like to get notified about the stream that way. We have a link to my YouTube if you would like to see any of the games I've played in the past, or if you just want to get caught up on Phoenix Wright, all of the VODs are going to be going up there. And we have a link to my Discord if you would like to chat with myself or the rest of the community outside of the stream. Everybody's welcome in there. Feel free to join us. So, oh man, we have a lot of good options today. Let me think for a second. Where do I want to go today? You know, hang on, we need to go here. Because one of my favorite streamers of all time is actually playing one of my favorite games of all time. So I don't know how I could possibly pass up this opportunity. This is amazing. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would love it if you would join me as we go raid none other than Mr. Retrograde Tom. He is one of my favorite streamers on the site. He plays a lot of retro, particularly a lot of point-and-click adventure games. everything from the old classics to stuff you might not have ever heard of before. And today he is playing one of my favorite games of all time, Gabriel Knight 2, The Beast Within. I love it. It's so good. If you've never seen it before, you're in such a treat. So why don't you join me over there, say hi to Tom, hang out for a little bit, throw him a follow if you like what he's doing. But hey, if you've got other things to do, I will just say as I always do, have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're at in the world. And I will see you folks next week as we do Lucifer Within Us. And then a week after that, we'll be back with Phoenix Wright. Take care of yourselves till then, everybody.